back, baby. Let's go. Happy Saturday to everybody. Hope everybody is doing well. Excuse me. Let me change this real quick. I don't know why that's up there. I thought I changed that already, but hey, I could be wrong. Boom. There we go. Anyway, hope everybody's doing all right. Shout out to you all. Happy Saturday. Let's do it right off the bat. Check what we looking like, because today might be the last day of some nice stuff going on out there. It changes a little bit. We ain't ready yet. The New York area says partly cloudy today. High of 58 is currently 55 degrees. Yes, very nice. Tomorrow 46. The next day 40. Then we get Tuesday 49, Wednesday 58, and Thursday 58 before it goes back down to 47. So you get little breaks of some nice, warmer weather. Enjoy it while it's here, man. We are in February. Well, we're in March now. The winter is winding down. We're not quite out of it yet, but you know how it is. So, but who knows? Because back in the day, we would go into April, it'd be snowing. Who knows what we're going to deal with this year? But yeah, not too bad. Happy March 1st to everybody. It's so weird when February ends. It's like, it feels like it's gone. That's how it happens. But yeah, man, shout out to you all. Really good victory for the New York Knicks last night. I was excited to watch, the intensity on both ends of the court. It was nice to see the Knicks playing with that type of veracity, if you will. And it was cool to see Mitchell Robinson back. It was pretty dope. And like I said, in the end, the bottom line is the Knicks got the victory in a tough game. Yeah, it was good to see. Definitely good to see. I know that some people may not look at it as for what it is, but Memphis is a good team. Memphis is the third best team or the fourth best team in the West. I think that might be third. Either way, let me see. Double check. They are the third best team in the West, right? I mean, they came into the game 38 and 20. That's a good team, guys. Just as good. They're almost like the mirror image of the Knicks on the West Coast. So that's a good victory. So hopefully people take it as such. Yeah, so it was good to see them, do what they had to do. I don't know if people understand, right? I don't know if people get it. I don't know if you understand that Jalen Brunson is that guy. I don't know if people get it. I mean, Jalen Brunson is that guy. There's too many, question marks around the team as to what's wrong with the team and how can the team be better. But I'm telling you before, and I'm going to keep telling you, I'm not a Jalen Brunson homer. I just appreciate what I see out there. And I said this before. There's certain things that he's not perfect at. He does make mistakes. If I was to nitpick on Jalen Brunson, there's a bunch of little things that bother me. I do not like when he gets too ISO heavy. I do not like when he forces the issue through double teams. I do not like the way he dribbles at the half court line. I hate that. He flirts with danger at that half court line. He's always dribbling so close to it, and all he gets one little bump, and he's over it's a backcourt. Like, I hate that. But that being said, he is that guy. You know what I mean? He's the dude. And as I told you guys before, he's our clutch answer. He's the guy you want with the ball at the end of games because he is not afraid to make the decision. He's not afraid to take the big shot. He's not afraid to have all of the fans say, man, Brunson missed that shot or Brunson fumbled that out of. He don't care. And that's what we needed on this Knicks team. Before Jalen Brunson, we didn't have that guy. We need that. Think about it. Like before Jalen Brunson, you had last shots happening, that were hit or miss, by RJ Barrett and by Julius Randle. And you know their track record wasn't that great. I will say the good thing about RJ Barrett is he was not afraid to take the shot. He would definitely take the shot. And sometimes he would come in clutch too. Not at the same level of Jalen Brunson, of course. And then for Julius, it wasn't necessarily so much about would he be afraid to take the shot. It was more about his ball handling and making sure he was in position to take the shot because, the teams would double team him and make him uncomfortable. And sometimes he would fumble the bag. That was the thing about him. It wasn't that he wasn't able to take the shot. He hit a couple big shots for the Knicks too. It's not of the same level of consistency. And when you got a power forward dribbling the ball, it's just not ideal. So, yeah, I mean, that's why Jalen Brunson was needed. That's why he's here. Not only did he take the big shot to get us the lead down the stretch, but he made the big pass, right? He drew the double team, the triple team, whatever the hell it was, to get OG a wide open look to knock that down to get us the winning basket. Shout out to Jalen Brunson, man. Shout out to OG Anunoby for knocking it down. I mean, listen, and that goes back to the thing. Like, as I said before, you can be mad at OG Anunoby for, being injury prone. And, because of that affects his consistency. He did go through a big slump, but he got out of it and he was shooting well again. And I said before, you guys want to criticize somebody for not being good on the offensive side, but something's up, right? It's not like OG just sucks, right? It's not like he doesn't shoot a high percentage from the corner three and all that stuff. It's not like he never did that. If he never did that, we could look at him totally different and say, oh, well, he's just not an offensive guy. But he did do it, right? And then he just went into a really bad slump. He lost his release point, all that stuff. He was off. But then once he started to get it, you can see that is what he brings. No one's saying OG is a superstar or he's the answer when it comes to something offensively. It's just he's a really good complementary player offensively, and he's a very solid defender, sometimes lockdown. So, yeah, you got to look at him for what he is. The only person that I think that, is one of those that's going to be frustrating for a lot of fans is Matteo, because Matteo has shown in the time that he's been with us so far, he's very inconsistent. He goes up and down with his shot. And that's just something that looks like we're going to have to deal with unless something happens like going into next season where he fixes it or figures out a better way to be consistent. Maybe this is just going to be him. I don't know. But that can be a little frustrating. But outside of that, when Macau's going good, everybody's happy. It's just that he goes up and down with his shot. I don't see any other issues with regards to us offensively. It's just about everybody believing in each other. I think last night's game was great to show you that Jalen Brunson will make that pass. He's not just going to force it. He could have easily forced it and taken a bad shot, but he passed the ball and got it to the right guy. And it worked. It showed. Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that the Knicks played much better closeout defense last night. It's only one game and it's not a big sample size, right? But you obviously see the impact of Mitchell Robinson out there just in little spurts, just seeing him be a little bit more active and willing. He isn't as foul prone as Cat is, so he's a little bit more willing to stop somebody, right? Even though he's still not up to like game shape like that, you could see it. And let me tell you, once Mitchell Robinson gets in game shape, you're gonna see a difference. His timing is a little off. There was a couple shots that he tried to block or attempted to alter that he didn't get there in time. That's gonna come once he gets out there a little bit more, plays a couple more games. You're gonna see it, man. I'm telling y'all. It's not about just, is he the savior? He's not the savior. It's just that his influence on the defensive side is going to make things easier for everybody else to play better defense. That's all I'm saying. There's a couple plays last night that were highlighted. I don't know if I can find them, but I saw a highlight of Mitchell Robinson's activeness and him rotating. It was the play where Ja Morant was driving to the hole and Mitchell Robinson cut him off and stepped up in front of him, made him just hesitate a little bit with his shot, which allowed Mikal Bridges to come from behind and get the block. That is what the difference is with Mitchell Robinson out there. And that's big for this Knicks team. If they want to be better defensively, you got to have somebody that will step up and get in front of these guys and make it a little bit more difficult for them. That's all. Also, I think that this is a very interesting trip for the Knicks. You know, they've got some really good competition in front of them. They're going to have to deal with some of the tougher teams in the West. Maybe not, OKC, but they still got to deal with some good competition. They got Miami next, right? And then shoot, why is it taking so long for this to load? No bueno. That's weird. My Knicks app is funky. It's not loading the it's weird. You know what? Maybe I'll just close it out altogether and open it back up. That's probably what it is. Here we go. There we go. So they got Miami tomorrow. Then we got Golden State on Tuesday. The Lakers on Thursday, a back-to-back with the Lakers, a LA trip. So the Lakers on Thursday, and then Friday, the Clippers. Then Sacramento on Monday. Then Portland, who is no slouch. Portland's been playing pretty good basketball lately. On the following Wednesday, and then Golden State again on that Saturday, which ain't going to be easy because Golden State is playing with some confidence. Steph has been lighting it up. They do have, Jimmy Butler. So it's not, it's tough. It's tough. Some tough games. Interesting. Got to see how they fare, man. I definitely think they're in a position to do good. They definitely can be out there doing the damn thing because I think that the fact that Mitch is back definitely helps the team. I think they feel good about it. I think you could tell like they were moving, like they got something, you know what I mean? Like it's almost like getting a player, like getting a new piece. So I think they definitely, you could feel the energy. Yeah. So I don't know, man. Yeah. Everybody's asking me, no, I'm good. I just took a little while to rev up, man. Now I'm good. I'm all right. Anyway, yeah, but I definitely think that we're gonna be okay, guys. There's definitely some questions still, right? But as I said, if the Knicks can just have a healthy Mitchell Robinson, you will see a difference in the defense. And that can translate into a lot of good things happening. The Knicks being in a better position to win basketball games, which will help their confidence, which will help their offense, and maybe little things like that can translate. Because the other thing with the Knicks is, I know I get on the effort sometimes. I know I get on Coach Tibbs for his lack of adjustments. But the other thing is, the Knicks have to be confident in themselves and to what they can do out there on the court. They got to feel like they can beat anybody, no matter who it is. They got to feel like they can turn it on at any moment. Not that I'm saying they should get down in games and then think they could turn it on, like that. But they got to feel like no matter what the lead is, no matter who they're playing, they're never out of a game. Because we've been talking about the Knicks in the past. They had that never say die attitude. This year, it's been kind of little tricky. We haven't really had it. But they got to get back to that. They got to feel like if they're down 20 in the first quarter, that game's not over. They can come back and win. I mean, you can tell the difference in a team, especially a championship level team, when they have that mentality. You guys saw there was a point where what was it? Yesterday's game. I think Boston played Cleveland yesterday, and at one point in the first quarter, Boston was up 25-5, and then Cleveland wound up winning the game comfortably, not like by 2 points. I think they won by like maybe 6 or I don't know what it was, but yeah, that's crazy. Cleveland is good, man. We don't want to see it. Cleveland is good. I don't care what nobody says. Cleveland is tough. Anyway, that being said, shout out to everybody. Appreciate you guys. Please smash that like button if you haven't already. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Thank you to everybody who is here. Shout out to all of y'all. We got 115 people tuned in so far on YouTube and X, and shout out to people chiming in on Facebook. Lena Franklin in the building. Salute to you. Thank you for being here. Shout out to if everybody, not if everybody, but if people missed Monday night's show, SKF Weekly, we had a really fun time. It was pretty cool. A lot of phone calls, a lot of good, back and forth. A lot of good participation in the chat. And shout out to 713 Gamer, who was making it rain with gift memberships for the SKF Army. He gave away 15 memberships, guys. 15 memberships. You know what I mean? So there's 15 people that became members of SKF on Monday night. I hope you guys enjoy. I know I have to give you the content, but I hope you guys enjoy being members and want to consider continuing the memberships after the month is up. But shout out to 713 Gamer for doing that. Shout out to Crim's dad for giving away 5 gift memberships as well. Shout out to him. Shout out to Space Ghost for giving away 5 gift memberships as well on Monday. So that's 25 new members on Monday night, guys. Could you imagine? So I hope you guys enjoy being members and enjoy the content and decide to continue to renew. But I just wanted to say thank you once again to those 3 individuals for doing what they did, adding to the membership base. And hopefully, like I said, hopefully it continues to grow. Currently we are up to 42 members, but like I said, some people, may not even know they're members, right? So, but I appreciate the gesture, man. Thank you guys for supporting the show and everything you do to help with the content, because that helps me. It inspires me to want to give you guys better content, because I know there's people out there that are part of the membership base that should get it. So I thank you guys. Yeah. So that being said, all right. Shout out to Walter Blackman in the building. What up, Walter? How you doing, bro? Good morning, Ron. Hope you and your family are doing well. Our team pulled out a win. Yes, a great win. Shout out to Double A. He is out there in them streets. He's I think he's at Yankee spring training today. Yep, he's watching the Yanks versus the Astros. Enjoy yourself, Double A. Shout out to my guy Andios in the building. What up, Andios? He says, Knicks Nation, if you're enjoying the content, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, sit back and enjoy the show. Appreciate you as always, Andios. And guys, as I always say, please go support Andios on Instagram. Go show him some love on his channel. Give him a follow. You'll enjoy it. I enjoy it. Good times, man. Good content. Shout out to M. Gene in the building. What up, M. Gene? A lot of these squeak out wins. Too bad an average team isn't convincing. Hey, Memphis Grizzlies are, you can't say Memphis is average when they were 38 and they were 38 and 20. That's like almost the same record as the Knicks. That's not average. So that's a good victory, M. Gene. I know it, we talked about before, but that is actually a good victory. That's the 3rd best team in the West. Shout out to Crim's dad. Once again, appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. He said, we played poorly and we're still able to beat one of the best teams in the NBA and one of the hardest teams to beat in their home court. Great win and just a small taste of what Mitch brings to the team. I agree. I agree with that. Shout out to Lena Franklin. Said, what's up, family? Happy we won the game last night. And also tonight, I'm going to my WWE wrestling watch party, and this is Elimination Chamber matches because John Cena is wrestling. Oh, so you're not going to see anybody then? See what I did there, guys? The John Cena thing. Okay, anyway. All right. Oh, good for you, Lena. Enjoy that and have a great one. Let's go, Lena. Ooh, yeah. Well, you know what? As time goes, he'll get his moment. He'll get his moment. He'll definitely be in the mix. Yeah, he'll definitely get in the mix. So let's just give him a little bit more time. I don't want to go too crazy yet. I want to see him out there for a little while longer. Appreciate you, Crim's dad. Oh, that's cool. Nice. JJ is in the building. Says, salute, Ron. Happy Saturday, my guy. That was a great game last night. Very impressive win. Deuce kept us in the game. Yeah, Deuce played well. Deuce looked like last year's Deuce yesterday. Yeah. Need that type of shot making more often. Props to him, though. Yeah. 100% agreed. Shout out to Sherwin in the building. Got to clear the throat. Shout out to Sherwin in the building. Good morning, Ron and my Knicks family. Memphis shot 34% from threes with Mitch back last night. That is what I expect instead of 38% league leading worst. 33.5% is the best by OKC. Interesting. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. And that's only a sample, man. That's only the beginning. Let's see where we go from here. Shout out to Darren Wilkerson in the building. What's going on? Says salute Knicks Nation. Great win. Building Blocks in the building says Memphis also had damn near 20 turnovers. Yeah. Appreciate you. Miguel P is in the building, a member of the SKF Army. What up, Miguel? He says salute to Ron, the SKF family, and Andios, blessings to all. Appreciate you. Wonder Woman is in the building. Go. What up, Wonder Woman? Said good morning, Ron, and the chat. No, I'm here, baby. I'm here. I see you, Crims. Crims dad. Yeah, I'm here. Rumor has it we was streaking all night down the New York City streets. Yeah, man. You know, I had a good time. I enjoyed it. Shout out to Margaret Edwards in the building. Let's go, Margaret. Said, hi, chat. I'm so happy Mitch is back. I know you are. I know you're a big fan of Mitch. Old Soul Chief in the building. Salute, y'all. Salute to you. Let me see here. King Ribby's in the building. What up, King Ribby? Hope you're doing well, my guy. Says salute, Ron. Chat, like, subscribe, share. By the way, what's in your mug? Unfortunately, nothing in my mug today. I'm drinking the H2O in my paid for cup. I actually had my coffee earlier. Yeah. Get it out the way, man. Hopefully, get some of that congestion up out of here early so I don't have to deal with it so much when I'm talking on the show. We try. Shout out to Brooklyn Butch in the building. What up, Brooklyn? Appreciate you. Says salute. Andrew Decatus in the building. Says salute, Ron. What's going on, Andrew? No, I'm good, bro. I was just taking a little minute to rev up. That's all. I was thinking about some other stuff. We good over here. Isn't it? That ain't a lie, bro. It is. It's a beautiful day when we win. I'm telling you. The weather is 52 right now, but it feels a lot warmer. Shout out to Nick Yak. Mitch plus 11 in 12 minutes. We are better. Yeah, no, I agree. Margaret says Brunson is a superstar. I would agree with that too. Okay, let me see. L, damn it, is in the building. Another member of the SKF Army. Also, L's a jack of many trades. She is the moderator. A very big contributor, and she's also, from time to time when she's free. She helps with our social media presence. You guys know that when we play the video on Mondays, that that voice you hear at the end is L. I hope you know that. I hope you know when you go to SKF channel and you watch the video that plays, that voice you hear is L. Damn it, yes it is. Yeah, shout out to L. Appreciate you, L, as always. There you go. Thank you, L. Shout out to Glamour Knicks in the building. What up, Glamour Knicks? Let's go. Jalen Brunson has the clutch gene. Yeah, no, he really does. He definitely does. Shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. We got Stacks Different Timing in the building. Salute to you. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. So salute, Ron, in chat. Appreciate you as always. Good to see you. G Robinson is in the building. What up, G? So how you feel about basically going small, not playing pressures, and being out rebounded by more than 20 and 19 offensive? Yeah, I don't love that, but I understand that the Memphis is a big team, right? I mean, freaking uh hell's his name? Eden, whatever the hell his name is. You know what I'm talking about. That dude's 7'4". I mean, it was weird looking at him versus Carl Anthony Towns, and I'm like, yo, this guy's tall. But yeah, I mean they got size. So I wasn't so I mean, I'm not as worried about it if it affects the overall game. Like if we're down and we can't because we can't grab any rebounds and we can't stay in the game, that's different. Like at some point, then I would have hoped that Tibbs would have said, "Listen, let me get some bigger bodies out there. Let me try to play Carl Anthony Towns and even Mitch together for a little bit, whatever." But I mean, it worked out in the end. I think it worked out because, uh, you know, not for nothing. Memphis is a good team, but I would put them in a different class when it comes to 3-point shooting, like, how Boston and Cleveland move. I think that's why they're so much more difficult for us because they knock down the three so well. Of course, we played better defense against them, but, Ja had some shots that he could have knocked down. He wasn't hitting. So I think that affects things, for us. But it worked out. But yeah, going forward, it's something the Knicks need to look at. And I'm not worried about it because as Mitch gets into basketball shape, I mean, Josh Hart, what he finished with like 3, 4, 5 rebounds. I don't know what he finished with, but he wasn't his usual rebounding self. It was just a tough one against them. But I think that once Mitch gets in game shape, things will start to even out better. And then Tibbs will have, a little bit more luxuries to do certain things. I do think the Knicks do need to find another center because with Huck Porty going to be out for 4 to 6 weeks is damn near the whole season. I think they need to figure something out. I know that apparently today is a day that the Knicks put themselves in a position where they can sign 2 players, like one now and maybe one on the last day of the season, something like that. So we'll see what they do. Okay. And for you guys out there, I know this is what you want to hear. Yes. Yes. Okay. Fine. Yes. 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 I agree. Okay. If Moses Brown is available, the Knicks should go get him. Okay? They should get him and actually add him to the team. For real. For real this time. Because he has shown, I do think that, he has shown that he is capable on the NBA level, even if it's a small sample size, with Dallas. Yeah, I would do it because the Knicks are hurting right now. And honestly, I think Moses Brown can't be he'd be just as good as Huck Porty or if not better. So for now, I would definitely go do that. Just saying. Uh Shout out to the Cardiac Knicks in the building. What up, Cardiac? Good to see you. Appreciate you. Says salute, Ron. Salute to my diehards in the chat. Yeah, what's going on? Appreciate you. Randu's in the building. What up, Randu? Says salute, Ron. I was surprised Tibbs played a 10-man. I know, right? But in fairness, there was enough talent out there for him to do it. And I have been told that he doesn't mind doing it if he trusts the players that he has. I think he does. They just have to continue to play, good basketball, and he'll keep giving them love. I think. Shout out to Jay Chosen in the building, a new member of the SKF Army. Shout out to you, Jay Chosen. Shout out to David Smith. Oh wait, hold on. He says, shout out for a team win, ran through the captain. Yes, that's right. Shout out to David Smith, a member of the SKF Army. Says, salute to Ron in the chat. Good win by the Knicks yesterday against quality playoff team on the road. Yes, I agree. And good play by the captain, right, David? Come on. You want to say it. Good play by the captain, Mr. Jalen Brunson. Mm-hmm. You cannot be mad at Jalen. Not for the way he played. We don't win that game if it's not for how he played. I'm just saying. Especially down the stretch. Let me see. NYC B-Ball 08 in the building. What's going on, brother? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. G Money in the building. Gideon Amankwa says, salute everyone. Knicks will be 2025-26 champs is in the building. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Says, Knicks are 6-1 in one possession games. Interesting. Good stat. Shout out to Louisiana Knicks in the building. Says, salute Ron in the chat. Hey, Ron, do you think Mitch Robb coming back will make the difference between us beating Boston or Cleveland? I think it'll make the difference in us playing better defense against these teams, but it's not going to be enough for us to beat Boston and Cleveland. We have to do more. Like the Knicks have to execute better on offense. Tibbs has to call a better game, make the right adjustments to what they do to us. But it puts us in a better position. It's just that we still need to do more, man. We got to play like we can beat these teams, because right now our confidence level is a little low with regards to those teams. They got our number, so we got to play like we can beat these teams. Mitch can help on the defensive side. He can empower the rest of the guys to be better defensively, but offensively is something we got to continue to work towards. And we just got to make smart, sound decisions with the basketball, especially down the stretch. We turn the ball over in really bad moments against these good teams. And when they say, guess what? We're not going to let Brunson beat us, or we're not going to let Karl Anthony Towns beat us. Somebody's got to step up. Like what we saw with OG hitting that shot. Somebody's got to step up. So we'll see. Lil Tweaky Tunes in the building. What up? Mitchie no snitch. I like it. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Okay. Shout out to Animal Lex in the building. What's good? Says, salute everyone. Ron, I'm surprised Tibbs didn't play Mitch Robb 38 minutes. I'm glad he didn't. I mean, listen, he's on a minute count for real. Hopefully it stays that way for a little while. I don't want them to bring Mitch along too fast. He looked good last night. He looked a little winded in the first couple minutes, and then he got his second wind. And I think he played very well for his first game back. So shout out to Mitchell Robinson. The Cowboys in the building. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Said and let's go. JB refuses to lose these close games. He does, man. He really does. He goes out there and he does whatever he can. Like I said, the best thing about a good closer is being willing to be the heel or to be the GOAT. You know, you're the GOAT if you get it done. You're the heel if you don't. But he's willing to be either or. And that's how you get it done. You know, you got to be willing. And we finally got one. Shout out to Tori B in the building. What up, Tori B? Latorious. Hey, we are. They is. Okay, I'm done. Shout out to you. So what's up, Ron? Hello, good people. Let's go. Good to see you. Always a pleasure. Leon Mitchell is in the building. What's going on, Leon? I don't know if I saw you before in the chat. If this is your first time, thank you for being here. Hope you like the show. You know, hit that subscribe button if you like it. And yeah, smash the like button. Appreciate you, Leon. And if you've been here before, welcome back. Okay, let me breeze through. Shout out to my guy Space Ghost. Appreciate you. A member of the SKF Army. Salute to you. Says salute Ron in the chat. Shout out to my guy Mega Se Pega. Salute and good afternoon to my guy Ron and the SKF chat. Appreciate you, brother. Humberto de la Hoz in this house. Shout out to you. He said, everyone on Knicks Twitter was desperately trying to trade Mitch. I think I got a delivery. Hold on one second, people. My apologies. All right, I'm back. So, everyone on Knicks Twitter was desperately trying to trade Mitch for garbage. The truth hurts. Well, it's only one game. As I said, I'm very excited. I'm very happy that Mitch is back. I'm happy that he looked good out there. I just want to take things slow with Mitch. I want him to be right, and I want the Knicks to continue to grow from this. But I don't want to go too crazy. I saw somebody put up a Mitch apology video yesterday. Like, what? What are we talking about? Calm down. All right. No, no shade. I'm happy Mitch is back. I'm like, but a Mitch apology video, you act like Mitch came in and had 20 and 20. Like, relax. Like, I appreciate him, but come on, y'all. And this is not to you, Humberto. I'm just saying it's to the guy who made that video on Twitter. I was like, what is this? It's kind of weird. Not yet. But I do think that there will be a Mitch apology video for real, coming soon. As long as he goes out there and stays healthy, everybody's going to see the value of Mitch. I'm not going to take away his value. He's a very good player for a reason. Shout out to Anna Grill in the building. Said happy Saturday, SKF family. Salute to you, my guy. Good to see you. Space Coast says great team win, and it was good seeing Mitch back in action. Facts. Shout out to Mr. Nixon in the building. Good win, Knicks. Awesome having Mitch back. Facts. I don't know, bro. Things change a lot, man. Leon said, what happened to Ja Morant? He used to be explosive. I don't know. Like, I think sometimes, like, Ja is a young guy and he's made some poor decisions. He's had to suffer the consequences with suspensions and stuff like that. I'm sure he's had a bunch of people behind the scenes talking to him. I'm sure he's had NBA people talking to him about his role in the NBA and how they were trying to basically make him the face of the NBA, and he's kind of thrown that away. I'm sure he's dealt with a lot of scrutiny and a lot of stuff. And maybe just, all of that weighs on him. Maybe his heart isn't in it the way it used to be. I heard some rumor that maybe he might be willing to move on from Memphis. I don't know if that's true. But yeah. I don't know. It's wild. I don't know. Let's see. Where was I? Where's the next? Just breezing through. Don't mind me. Okay. Interesting. Sherwin said, Ron Freezy asked, what starting player are you most disappointed with? My answer is by far Cat's defense. You can't win like that. I blame Cat for our league worst 3-point and pick and roll defense. I mean, all right. I mean, that's a little bit much, Sherwin. I hear you that Cat's defense has been a little disappointing at times. But I also saw a video of Cat's defense in certain situations where he's playing in space or guarding the perimeter, and Cat looks a lot better. I think Cat is a particular type of player that his paint defense is not great. But when he's in space and on the perimeter, he has a little bit more room to use his body and his length, and he just does a better job. So it's all about, Thibodeau understanding how to best use Cat to the best of his abilities. But I mean, you can't do that, bro. You can't blame him for our, horrible 3-point defense. We've had horrible 3-point defense every year on the tips. I don't care what the statistics say. Maybe it looks better in past, but we've watched games and seen people light us up from 3, multiple games, way before Cat was ever a Knick. You know what I mean? We've watched guys. How many times have we talked about all these and this is for years, all these teams we play with some rando that's on their bench come up and have a great 20-point game, 18-point game, knocking down threes everywhere. We talked about the Ricky Rubio days with Cleveland when he put up 33 on us or whatever. Dude, don't shoot like that. He cooked us. Like, these are Tom Thibodeau teams. It happens. This year it looks a lot worse, but it happens. I would say Cat needs to be used a certain way. And if Cat could just stop moving, right? That would be a big change for Cat. If he could just stop moving and stand up stationary when it comes to somebody going in the paint, like he's too slow on the defensive end to assess a situation. Yesterday, Ja Morant took it to him twice, right? The first time he got a foul against him. The second time, Cat had a chance to stop and stay and let Ja go past him, but he didn't. Now, I get it. As a defender, you don't want to do that, but you know Ja is quick and Ja draws fouls. He's one of the best at doing it in the league. I don't think you can try to stay foot. You can't. Cat is not fast enough to get in front of Ja, and that's what he tried to do. He can't do that. So yeah, that was a mistake, and he just has to be a little quicker at processing certain things that he's doing. If he could just play the type of defense we've seen him do on the perimeter or in space, and then when it comes to somebody going in the paint, if he could just stand straight up and just with his arms up, don't move, don't even jump, I think that would be a big difference for the Knicks defensively. He's got to just stop reaching. He's got to just stop moving his hands. Stand straight up with his hands up. That's it. I don't even want him to jump straight up, to be honest. Just stand straight up. You're 7 foot. But whatever. We'll see. I do think that because Mitch is here now, you're going to see Cat play a little better on the defensive side. Watch. Shout out to D-Block in the building. What's going on, D-Block? Salute to my brother Ron and the Knicks community. Salute to you, bro. Hope you're doing well, bro. For real. Yeah, I agree. I definitely do agree, Tori. He definitely looked like he changes what we got going on out there immediately. And once he gets more comfortable, it's going to get even better. JM3 is in the building. Oh, whoa. JM3. Are you watching it? I think people get too caught up in what you're used to and not what's been happening. Bro, he's been playing good defense lately. They even talked about him last night playing good defense in the first half. You guys gotta look at his movement and how active he is at cutting off lanes and getting in front of the guy. He's too small. You can't look at him trying to alter shots or block shots. He's not the type to swipe the ball out of people's hands, which keeps him out of foul trouble. So you can't look at what other guys can get away with or they do well. You just got to look at his activeness of being able to jump in front of a guy, cut off lanes, pick up off of screens, and look at how he's more active and how he's doing a good job at that. That's all we can look at when it comes to Brunson, because the other things he just can't do. So that's what I'm saying. But I hear you, but I'm just saying the narrative of him playing poor defense, this year he's been playing a lot better. And it's now he's starting to put like games together where you're starting to say, man, maybe he's not that bad defensively this year at least. I mean, he's not great, but I'm saying he's not that bad. Crib's dad said, I love Mitch so much I named my dog Mitch, my son Mitch, my daughter Mitch, and my number one Mitch friend for me. Oh man. Dripmore is in the building. Let's go. That's the number one barber for the SKF Army as well as the Knicks community. Shout out to you, Dripmore. He said, yo, Ron, we back, baby. Orange and blue skies. Let's go. Appreciate you, brother. Shout out to my guy Kareem Grant in the building. He says, salute everyone. Still Knicks fans. Salute to you, my brother. Salute to you, bro. Good to see you. All right. Yes, Jay chose Edie. Edie is who I was thinking of. That's correct. Ron Mills is in the building. What up, Ron? He says, salute, Ron. Hopefully we can get Moses Brown if Dallas releases him. Well, it looks like, according to what I saw, Dallas has to release him. They can't afford to sign him because it will take them into the next apron. So that's good news for the Knicks. The Knicks got one more chance at getting Moses Brown. Could you imagine having this guy on the team 2 different times already and not using him and letting him go somewhere else? And now we might be able to get him back for a 3rd time. This is crazy. We'll see, because somebody else could beat the Knicks to it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Sorry, I'm just breezing through. Shout out to Jimmy Henry in the building. What up, Jimmy? Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army as well. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. He says, morning Ron SKF, do you think OG needs more plays run for him? And I'm concerned about JB over possession of the ball for 18 seconds, 14 to 18 seconds, play after play. I'm concerned. Yeah, I get it. I think what has to happen is the Knicks have to get back to that free-flowing offense, and they can't get there unless guys are knocking down the shots, right? And as you guys saw yesterday's game, the Knicks came out super slow, right? By the end of the game, they were playing better, they were moving better, but to start the game, guys, was super slow, and you can't get anything going that way. It's hard to get the ball movement. It's hard for Jalen Brunson to start the, trusting and depending. And I don't want to say trusting, but I'm saying like moving the ball to other people when our flow of offense just wasn't there, and guys weren't knocking anything down and weren't getting good looks. So sometimes in those type of situations, he has to take over. Or if Cat was going good, he would have to take over. But Cat wasn't really going good to start the game either. So it's just one of those things that just started off slow, and it kind of never really got where it needed to be. But it worked out in the end. But it's just one game, and I don't think every game it would be that way. It's just one game. But in the end, it turned out that the Knicks wound up getting to 29 assists, guys. So yeah, in the end, it turned out okay. It's just if it wasn't for that slow start, we might have cooked Memphis. Might have. But it is what it is. All right. You know what it is. Shout out to P. Duggan in the building. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, what up? I got dissed on the second show about a super chat, so this will be my only one for March. I had to do one your way because you've always been good to me. Oh, okay. Appreciate you, bro. You got dissed on a second show? Wow. Because of a super chat? I don't know what that meant. I mean, I get what you're trying to say. I don't know how they dissed you, but sorry to hear that, bro. Listen, man, I appreciate, as I always tell you before, P. Duggar, you don't have to do this. If you choose to do it, I appreciate you. I thank you for it. But I'm sorry that happened for you, man. But that stinks. But hey, I'm here. We here rocking. That's what we do. So thank you. Shout out to my guy Don P in the building. What up, Don P? Good to see you again, bro. Nice to talk to you last time. I'm happy to see you in the chat. He said Brunson did his thing. Got to give credit where credit is due. You see what I'm saying, Don P? All you got to do is start believing, man. Shout out to you, bro. Hector Gaston is in the building. What up, Hector? Good to see you, bro. Hope you're doing well. He said, we are about to abuse the league, Mitch and Cat combo. Yes, I like it. Did I say what's up to, I don't know if I did. Maybe I did. Shout out to Anna Grill. Good to see you. Said, can we have Sherman versus David Smith Cat debate? Oh boy. That's a rough one. Okay. Deron Wayne is in the building. Salute to you, Deron, the member of the SKF Army. Hope you're doing well, homie. Yeah, I missed you the past 2 shows or so. I don't think I saw you in the chat. Hope you're doing well, bro. Good to see you. You know what it is. Shout out to NYC B-Ball 08. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said Macau's fourth quarter defense is elite. Another key block to end the game. He has come through in those moments on defense. He definitely has. So it's just something for everybody to think about, guys. Like, we criticize, Macau a lot for his inconsistent play, but you can see the talent. You can see what he brings to the table. You can see what he does. And you can see why he's so important, why he gets looked at the way he gets looked at. So, yeah, no, I agree. Oh, Roommates podcast was excellent this week. Yeah, I mean, they took accountability. I also, speaking of that, let me put this invite out there in the chat. If anybody wants to jump on, appreciate you as always. I wanted to say something about that Roommates podcast. Let's call a spade, guys. Let's be real. those dudes, you know, that podcast is not affecting this team. You know, I mean, you can look at it how you want to look at it. That podcast is not affecting this team, guys. We're not losing because Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart have a podcast. We're losing because the Knicks aren't consistent on defense. We're losing because the Knicks don't do enough adjustments with regards to how a team plays them because of the coach. We're not winning games because OG has been hurt and inconsistent because of he's been hurt. We're not winning games because Mikal Bridges has been inconsistent. We are not winning games because sometimes, the opposing team has figured out that they don't want to let Brunson and Cat beat them. So they force other guys to beat them. And we haven't had enough guys step up. Our bench depth hasn't been a lot of it. And we haven't got the type of, impact that we would hope to get from it. Last night, the bench looked great. I think we scored 33 points off the bench. Fantastic. But we haven't had that all year. This was the first time all year that I think we put up that type of number from the bench. So, yeah, we haven't had that. These are the reasons why we lose basketball games. We also haven't made great decisions down the stretch in the fourth quarter. I don't think when Brunson has the ball with 5 minutes left, he's thinking, man, did I tell everybody about my high school days on the roommates pod? Like, that is not affecting these two dudes. As fans, we may be upset and like thinking like these dudes are having fun talking about stupid stuff when they should be focusing. They are focused. They focus because last time I checked, whenever it comes down to the biggest issues with this Knicks team, people aren't saying it's Jalen Brunson. They might say, oh, we need to move the ball, and that starts with Jalen Brunson. Okay, that's fair. But what about Jalen Brunson's impact on defense and how he's played better defensively this year? What about Jalen Brunson's willingness to take the big shots and how he's been clutch for us this year? How many big shots has he hit to help us win games? How many times when we needed somebody to take over a game, he's done it, right? So Jalen Brunson is still doing his job. He may not be perfect, but he wasn't perfect before the Roommates podcast, right? It's not like because of the podcast. Same thing. How impactful have we talked about when it comes to Josh Hart and his game? How many triple doubles has he had? How many times have we said, man, Josh is giving us the energy that nobody else is giving us? Does he stop giving us energy because he does a Roommates podcast? No. So let's not point fingers and look to scapegoat these guys because they got a podcast. It means nothing. As long as they continue to play the way they play, it don't matter. And these dudes are professional and they've been playing. They give their energy and give their heart every game. So the podcast got nothing to do with anything, guys. I know we may be mad sometimes and be like, look at these dudes up here having a good time, like everything's sweet. They're going to be doing it anyway. They're just doing it in front of us. They're friends. They still talk on the phone. They still get together. They're just doing it in front of us. You think they're going to stop doing it just because they don't have a podcast? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, don't stress the little stuff. Everything's all good. We all good. Let me see. I mean, like the flip side of it too is like Paul George has a really good podcast. He does a really good job at it. Fantastic. I think he's found his calling. I think he's really good at listening and talking and putting his thoughts together. I think it's an enjoyable podcast that he has. I enjoy watching it. But him saying that I'm going to cancel the rest of my shows to focus on the 76ers and the rest of our season and our efforts towards the playoffs. Are you kidding me? That sounds like the most ridiculous thing. What are you talking about? Like what? That team stinks. That team doesn't have Embiid for the rest of the season. You think you not doing your podcast is going to make a difference? Like what? So to me, that's stupid. That's dumb. That's dumb. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? I don't know. It is what it is, man. Okay. P. Duggar says the most disappointing starter to me is the fans who think Cat is a center. Cat is a power forward. That's where he's a two-way player. Uh, oh, and I'm sorry, I didn't answer your question, Sherwin. Was it Sherwin who put that up? I think it was Sherwin. Who is my most disappointing starter? I'm only going to say Mikal Bridges because of the inconsistency with his game. Because he's healthy, he's an Iron Man. He's got the ability to do everything out there on the court. He's got a good 3-point shot. He's got a great mid-range game. He's really good. His layup package is dope. He finishes well at the rim. He plays solid defense. So I'm just more upset with his inconsistency. I think part of the thing with Mikal's inconsistency is not just that his shot goes up and down, is that he takes too many bad shots. Like they're bad shots when you don't have the rhythm, right? He should find his way inside more because the dude's mid-range is on the money. The dude's layup package is on the money. So find better ways to get yourself going when you know that your 3-point shot is not working. Stuff like that is what I'm talking about. So he would be my most disappointing starter, only because of his inconsistency. Let me get through a couple more and bring my guy up here. Shout out to P. Duggar. Once again, said Ron, Cat has to brace himself for balance to change direction. That's why he commits cheap fouls. Yeah, I mean, partly you're correct, but also it's like he has to keep his hands to himself. Sometimes he reaches, and them reaching fouls is horrific. Reaching for no reason. When you are not a guard, you don't get steals to that level. Stop reaching. Cat be putting his hand in the cookie jar. You guys know what happens when you were young. You go to the kitchen, cookies, fresh baked, go into that cookie jar. Your mom come, get up out of here. You know what I mean? You can't be doing that, Cat. Get your hand up out the cookie jar. All right. Tori B says Captain Clutch can hit the shot, then go sit down. Deuce got the defensive end. We will be fine. I do like the fact of how it's a good point, Tori. I do like the fact of how Tibbs has been doing that last second defensive substitution thing at the end of games. Very smart. That's an adjustment I'll give him credit for. So as much as I say he doesn't make enough adjustments, that's an adjustment he's been doing in the last few games. He was putting DeLon Wright in there and all this stuff. I'm with that. That's smart, but he needs more, a little bit more. Okay. So, Pet 34, or is it Pete 34? Pet, I don't know. Shout out to you. Says Mitch. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Okay. Lonnie Meeks is in the building. Salute. Did you see Mitch on the pin down and turn around layup? I did see that. That was nice. Okay, Mitch. I mean, it only took you like 5 years, but all right, whatever. Listen. Look, I can say that about Mitch. I've watched too many off seasons of Mitch putting it between his legs, crossing dudes out their seats, hitting threes for nothing. So I'm going to be hard when it comes to Mitch on his offensive game, all right? I've seen enough. So whenever Mitch does something, I'm going to say, it's about time. It's about time. Shout out to Boogie Down BX in the building. What up, Boogie Down? Appreciate you. Okay. Oh, Ricardo's in the building. What up, Ricardo? It's been a minute, man. Good to see you. He said, what's up, Ron? Can't help but think about the biggest what if in history. The 2024 Knicks. Randall hurt, Mitch hurt, OG hurt, Bogdanovich hurt. I think last year's team was ready. Well, yeah, I hear you, bro. I hear you. We could have made some noise. A lot of us was thinking we could have beat Boston if we had a healthy team. So yeah, I mean, that might have been our first chance to make some noise. Okay. Joey Rip 'em Up Sports is in the building. Shout out to you. Brunson is clutch. I agree. Lion of Judah's in the building. Grand Rising, my brother Ron in the panel chat. Blessings. All praises to the Most High. Shalom. Shalom, fam. Appreciate you, bro. Hope you're doing well. Also, shout out to anybody. If I missed you guys being SKF members, shout out to y'all, man. Thank you for being here. Rome Fall Rocking. What up, Rome? He had to have the fans in Philly are crazy. Yeah, salute. Wiz BKLA Rod, if you could dance like you just defended Brunson, you could be invited to join the Alvin Ailey Dance Company. Shut up, Wiz. Appreciate you, bro. Hey, D-Rex is in the building. Said Cat got size 20 shoes, y'all. Then it's crazy. Salute to you, D-Rex. All right. Okay, so let me do this, guys. I got my guy Jay Chosen One backstage. I'm gonna bring him up in 2 seconds. Well, actually, in about a minute. Let me hit my little commercial break because I'm feeling a little congested slightly. And go take care of the nostrils real quick, and I'll be right back right after this. This little programming break. So give me a second, guys, real quick. And this is for Wiz too because he loves my dancing so much. Oh, my fault, guys. I just they not like you ain't ready. You just ain't ready. That's all. Look, I'm not gonna judge you because you can't do it. It's fine. Not everybody can. Just be there to support, man. Stop the hate. Congratulate. What you doing? They're not like us. They're not like us. We are the Knicks. We are the Knicks. Oh, my bad. Okay. I never know when you guys are there. You guys always catch me off guard when I'm in my own element. Oh, my fault, guys. I just. They not like you ain't ready. You just ain't ready. That's all. Look, I'm not gonna judge you because you can't do it. It's fine. Not everybody can. Just be there to support, man. Stop the hate. Congratulate. What you doing? All right. Sorry about that, guys. Appreciate y'all. I am back, baby. Let's go. All right. Let me bring my guy up here. Get our 2-man show going. Boom. What up, Jay?
What's happening, brother? How you feeling?
I'm all right, man. How you doing?
I feel like trash. I gotta be honest.
That's not what we wanted to hear, Jay. We were hoping you were feeling good, bro.
Yeah, I want to be honest. I mean, you said you're congested.
Nah, I hear you, bro.
It's beautiful outside. I ain't been out of my bed since Wednesday. So,
damn.
but
Shoot.
I want to talk about this game a little bit and be part of the show for a little while.
Yeah, man. As long as you feel good, bro. Don't put yourself in a situation where you don't feel good up here. Like, I was telling my wife, man, she's like, I need to take it easy, take a break. I'm doing these shows every Saturday, 4 hours or whatever. And, I'm like, look, I feel okay. If I didn't feel good, I would just say, look, I can't do it today.
I'm definitely not doing 4 hours. I'll tell you that much.
No. I mean,
I know what you mean, though. And, I don't know, man. I think maybe I thought it was the flu for a second, but now I think it could be the COVID. I don't know. It could be either one. But you know what? Either way, I was running and gunning for so long that taking care of. I got kids. Everybody who knows got kids.
Kids.
Any day.
They're like incubators, bro. They always get sick.
Right. So I'm all right. It'll be all right.
Well,
great victory though.
No, it really was, man. I think I as I said, man, I think as Knicks fans, because of the expectations, everything we've seen so far this season, we downplay games like that because we just so disappointed in what we saw when we played Cleveland, Boston, and OKC. But there's other good teams in this league. That's not it. There's pretenders and there's contenders, and Memphis is a contender right now, the way they're playing. So you got to look at that. That's a good victory. It is.
Yeah, 100%. I think when people to answer the question that he asked you, I would go with Bridges. Only because the expectation of his defense that we haven't really seen fully come to fruition. And then him looking like a deer in headlights sometimes when it comes to the, what we know he can do scoring. But how about one improvement I think that I've seen this year is, and you said it before, maybe it's because I'm not feeling fantastic, but I can't remember exactly how he said, but I'll say this. I've always said that the captain is a 2 guard playing point guard, right? I say it almost every time. I think he got incredible, incredible handles. He could get in at any time. He bullies his way in. He's tough. He's never going to be like the over the back, Steve Nash. I'm thinking, all those fancy, or even not fancy, 12 assists a game type person. But he's raised his assists. He's seeing the floor a lot different now that Cat came over. So what Cat did by coming over here is he's making him more of a point guard. Like yesterday's game, perfect example. When they threw that outlet to him, and then he took one step and threw an outlet cross pass to Matteo for the layup, or the OG shot at the end when he could have tied it, could have forced his way to the get it to, and the outlet, boom. So I think we're going to see a lot of things, and not to mention the fact that Mitch. One of the things that we're not looking at on a regular basis. I mean, the regular basis that from last night's game is, like even that last play. That's how you box somebody out. That when he went up, and they could have scored, and I believe it was, I can't remember the European dude's name that was trying to get the tip in, and Mitch boxed him out strong. So we've been missing that because, like you say, Cat should be doing this or this, but not moving around so much. He's tall enough, man. Just put his hands up. I mean, damn, he could put his foot up in your face and just leave it there. It'd be fine. But yeah, I mean, it's a little bit different, and I think that, they're going to need like 10 games at the very least for Mitch to get himself going, I think, in my opinion. But he looked decent for the time he was out there, and I did like that up and under.
I think he definitely did look pretty decent in the time he was out there. I agree.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ron Mills, because I think that, because you guys know that to start off, the Knicks did not look good. They wound up picking up their game and getting into the swing of things, but it really kind of kicked off in the second half. But to what he said, if it wasn't for Mitch, we lose last night. I think I agree with that, because just because he made it was a difference defensively, and guys were moving a little different, and it's not so. You can't look at things to get the easiest automatic answer. Like, oh, Mitch was a dynamo. He blocked all this. No, it's not about that. It's about his effort and his action. And him moving a certain way allowed other guys to move a certain way. The Knicks were able to kind of lock down a little bit better on defense, which helped them stay in the game. Because easily, the Knicks could have got blown out. The way they were playing in that first half, in that first quarter especially, Memphis could have went on a run. Thankfully, partly had to do with the Knicks defense, but also he didn't have his 3-point shot working, because if he would have knocked down some threes, the Knicks might have been in trouble. But fortunately, that worked out, and they were able to and then as the game went on, they were able to play better defense against them. The only thing you can't do against a guy like Ja, it's the same thing you can't do against a guy like Maxey. You can't stop them from getting to the rim. They're too damn fast. They are too freaking fast. You can't stop them. So you could just hope that by the time they get to the rim, you're able to put your hands up and alter them a little bit, but they are blazing speed, man. So that's tough.
No, I agree with that. But at least now we have a defensive center to be in front of him when he gets there. Before, that would have just been like weaving and easy. leaving it easy. I think it's going to be a little tougher. I'm going to give this. I'm going to say this from our good friend Shaw Power. Always say this: when Mitch is standing right in the front, instead of north and south like basketball play, right? People have to now, go east and west. It changes. They can't just go straight at the basket anymore at this minute. So, look, and it's tough. I mean, we got to be really, really proud of how they came back. We stayed in the, just long enough to come back, and I think it was Mitch, and I think it was the captain. I mean, he ran the right, plays. He got the people involved that needed to be involved. Deuce was a big part of it. I mean, there was a handful of people, but yes, I mean, Mitch definitely changed a lot of that. And you got to know, I mean, they got a 7'4" dude. They got Triple J. They got, a big team out there, man. So what better time than this guy to come back to, to be on the squad? Definitely needed. So I agree with it too.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's true. It's true. Shout out to Freeman. What's up, y'all? He said, shout out to Freeman 48. Good to see you, brother. Shout out to my guy, Legion of Knicks podcast, Guillermo in the building. Your salute, blessing SKF. Salute to you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. It was good to see you. Sometimes I get a little caught up, so I don't be able to chat. But this week I was trying to kind of make my rounds around and show love and support everybody, man, because everybody in this Knicks community, I mean, there's a lot of good content, and it's just sometimes it's tough to be able to move around to catch everybody's show. But I was trying my best to kind of get to some people this week that I kind of been missing in action about, I want to support and show love because they do great jobs. So it was good to chop it up and see Gmo's show. He said, get me Moses Brown or Chuma at this point. I agree. One or the other. Listen, I would think that the Knicks need to figure out who they want between, because like I said, the Knicks had to wait till today, Saturday, in order to be able to sign two players, right? You can't sign both players right now. You can sign one player right now, and then you can sign another player. It's weird, okay? So from what I gather, the Knicks can sign one player today. If they signed one player today, then it allows them to sign another player on the last day of the season, right before the playoffs. Now, say the Knicks decided to wait. And it's weird because it's like, imagine two distances. One is here, one is there. This is Saturday. And then this is season. The longer they wait, then they can get somebody sooner towards the end of the season, right? So it's interesting. So say the Knicks decided to wait another 2 weeks. I guess that means that the Knicks can sign somebody 2 weeks prior to the end of the season. You know what I mean? Like the days kind of come together. But whatever, it doesn't matter. So I definitely think that the Knicks need to make up their mind and bring in either TJ Warren or Chuma Kiki and add that piece to the team, right? I don't know which one they want to go with, but I definitely think they need to do that because the Knicks need some healthy bodies that can contribute in situations. And if it can help that bench out even more, I think that will be great. And then you put yourself in a position where they gotta. No, I was just gonna say they would have to put. I don't know. Wait, hold on. This is tricky because I just thought about something. Because I just said the Knicks can sign two players, but one can be now and the other has to be, if it was today, has to be the last day of the season.
Which means that the one that comes now is the most important one that you need.
Right. So, but if you want Moses Brown, how do you do that? Right? You can get him back on the G League team, but you can't add him to the big club. I don't know. I don't know. This is all still kind of tricky, guys, because when you think about it, how does that work? If they go get TJ Warren, and how can they add Moses Brown right now? So I don't know. All I know for certain is that apparently Dallas can't sign him to another 10-day. They're going to have to let him go. So we'll see what happens.
I was reading this thing where there was a possible 3 people due to the one being a 10-day
Oh, that's it. Yes, they can do 10 days. They still can do a 10-day. Yeah, that's probably what it is. So they can do a 10-day. That's a good point.
Which would make it 3, not 2. 1 being the final, 1 and 2 being that 1 fully, 1 pretend, and then the final one you could, so that guy in the 10-day could end up being the same guy, or you could
right. But right. The only problem is by the time, like, you can do 1 and then do a 10-day, right? But by the time you make that guy at the end, somebody's got to go. So
right.
yeah, and then to Kareem's point. So here's the thing. So he says drop Wright and Ryan. The problem here is, even if you get rid of Wright or Ryan, I don't know which one is what, but remember, when you decide to give somebody a contract, you're paying them for the year. So you don't stop paying them. It's not like that money can be used elsewhere. If you trade them, that's one thing, but you're still on the books for the money. So that I guess it don't really help them.
There's a lot of thought to this because the G League is G League, right? And we're all hyped and stuff. We see that we had this young man for all year down in the G League. He was going nuts. Moses Brown. He has a couple of mediocre games, and then he starts a game and he gets 20 and 11 for them, and all of a sudden, oh crap! Look what the Knicks did. It was one game, right? Everybody has a great day. Actually, I did that one time for the Knicks too, and I was feeling much better than I do right now. Yeah. And and I was wearing size 20 shoes as well, but I'm about 5'10", so they weren't mine, and it was very hard for me to run. But the fact of the matter is that if they were really, really, really special, they had been brought up already. If they were really, really, really important, they had been brought up already. I would bank all of your money on the fact that TJ Warren is the person that they're going to bring, because TJ Warren has time in the league, he has experience, he's a bucket, he could score. He might be somebody that you would use off the bench. Who's to say that anybody we get right now we're even going to use off the bench? He might just be another towel waiver at the end of the bench. Do you actually see Moses playing more than 2 minutes a game? So if you want to get somebody to utilize somebody, maybe Shaman's having a horrible day. Maybe they're gonna definitely have to overuse Precious now. So I think Okiki's about 6'5", right? How tall is he?
No, he's taller. I think he is. Hold on, Okiki Chumo. He is. Oh, come on. He's 6. What? Huh? Doesn't have it here on ESPN. That's stupid. Here we go. He's 6'6". Oh, I thought he was taller than that. No, he's 6'6".
All right, so I thought he was like kind of small forward, taller second guard. That could be anything these days. And so I know that Warren brings a different element. He just brings a more professional element, and I think that we've been waiting on him on purpose for the money wise, and we couldn't get him up here at a certain time and all that thing. I can't see anybody else. I don't see them bringing anybody else up unless it's two. Yo, Shy, I quoted you, brother. I was gonna say I can't see them getting 2 players up here unless it is TJ and Moses Brown.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but you know, I'll definitely be okay with having another center back there. I just wondered how realistic is it that he's going to be playing a lot? And you know what? I'm not necessarily, look, even though TJ's a bucket and he's killing the G League, of course he's killing the G League. That's like, you know, any guy who played for a long time in the NBA playing for a lesser league. You know, you go to any sport, get the best pitcher. You know, I don't want to compare TJ Warren to Dwight Gooden, but you know, take any, you know, mid-level pitcher and he's rehabbing. Now he's fully better, but they don't have a spot for him on a team and he stays in AAA. What do you think he's going to get? He's going to end up going 14-1 that year because that's just how it works. You know, so, you know, I definitely like the kid from Toronto. I knew they were trying to get rid of him, Boucher.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I would take him, and he plays hard. He has started. He's played alongside I think two of our players right now. Definitely Precious. But I don't know if he's been released. I'm not quite sure what his standings are.
Yeah, I'm not sure about him either. I mean, listen, the Knicks need another big. Yeah, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at the Moses Brown thing if it were to happen, because I do think that Moses Brown can give you what Huck Porty was giving you. I feel that. It doesn't mean that he'll get. I mean, just having him on the team is insurance. I don't think he would even play a lot. Like you're saying, I don't think he would play a lot. And I think that his effectiveness won't be that great because he doesn't play a lot. See, that's the thing about these guys. You put them in a situation where they get a good amount of minutes, they're going to look better, right? But when you put them in a limited amount of minutes and expect production, sometimes it doesn't always translate. So that's my only question about. My whole thing is not the Knicks finding somebody, you know, that they might have that can help the team. It's about finding somebody that can help the team in small amounts of minutes. You know what I mean? Can you be effective in 10 minutes or 12 minutes? Can you do something that'll impact the team? Because not everybody can do that. Some people actually need more minutes to get a rhythm offensively, to get going, you know, to be on the court and understand where they have to be. Some people need a rhythm. They got to be out there longer. And once you give them that time, they can get going. You know who was a good example of that? I hate always bringing him up, but Obi Toppin. The more minutes you gave Obi, the better he looked, right?
I was thinking about him the other day when we did that.
It is. You know what I mean? But, you know, so that's what I mean. Like, will Moses be as effective with limited minutes? I don't know, but it doesn't really matter because I think the bottom line is when you think about it, you got Cat, you got Mitch, and you got Precious. And that's more than enough usually. The point is, if the Knicks get in a situation where they're playing a team like Memphis last night, for example, that have bigs that can out-rebound the Knicks, and Tom Thibodeau says, oh, I think I need to play Cat and Mitch. Anything can happen. Guys can get in foul trouble. Guys can get hurt, tweak something, have to sit a little, you know. You need to be able to go to the Yeah, but I know, but I'm saying that's the thing. That's the reason why you need another one. You got to have like another guy on the bench. So, yeah, but we'll see. We'll see what happens, man. But I do like the fact that the Knicks have finally got to the point where we've got our pieces, for the most part, available. And we might be able to actually see what this team can do. Because as much as we don't want to say Mitch is the answer, which I don't think he's the answer, but I do think he changes what this team looks like. And that's important. And, you know, we'll see where it goes. But, you know, we downplay a lot of stuff. We downplay how good Cleveland is, and they're a damn good team. And I'm sure around the league, people downplay the Knicks. Oh, they're pretenders. We got sold a bill of goods. We thought they were this. They're not. They're not. Listen, now we got Mitch back. If the Knicks go on a run and start playing really good defense in the next 2 weeks or so, everybody all of a sudden is going to come out the woodworks again and be like, "Oh wow, look at these Knicks. Look, the Knicks have really bought in. What changed? Mitch." So, like I'm just saying, let's let it play out. Let's hope that Mitch stays healthy. Because I said, and I do believe this 100%, as long as Mitch is out there healthy, moving the way he moves, other guys are going to step up and play better on defense because he's just going to make it easier for them. That's it. That's the bottom line.
Well, it brings up another great point is how much are we going to see Mitch, like fully? And that's why I think it's going to be at least 10 days. Now you got to count how many games we have left. I think we're down to 27. 20
yeah, I don't know, something like that.
Yesterday? 20 23 27.
The Knicks are 39-20, so that's 82 games, 23 games left.
23, okay. And so I said 27, then I whispered 23. First, yeah. I thought I said it in my head first. I tell you, I'm really out of it. But I don't take medication. Buddy. I'm not big on medication, so And
the other thing, Jay, I just want to tell you once again, listen, stay as long as you can or as long as you want to. I mean, if you want to leave right now, it's okay, brother. You don't have to, I know your contribution to the show. I know you love this Knick talk. When you don't feel good. Oh, no, I didn't tell you leave right now.
I enjoy. No. And no, it's all right. It's good for me because I'm not lying. There was one night I was going to go to the hospital. I couldn't breathe. Everything was off. But now I'm trying to get my legs under me because, I left my kids with family because I didn't want them to be around me. Or whatever.
Yeah. Plus, the whole thing, it just cycles through everybody. You know what I mean? Like,
man. I don't want to go. I don't want to do that to anybody. The worst thing is, man, when you go, if you have kids or whatever, like mine are getting older, but you go to pick up your kids when they were younger, and you see these other kids, and they're picking their nose, they're just sneezing and touching it, they're showing each other their boogers, they're doing all these things, and they're coughing and they're sneezing, and they're going, these lazy parents know your kids are sick, you still dropping them off at school. You just want me to be sick. So,
yeah.
But I'm not going to complain too much. I just, if my memory is gets a little shot, I'm just, what the other day I slept at 5:30 at night from 8 o'clock the night before. So I'm trying to get my legs under me. It's good for me to talk like this. So, but if I become a detriment, feel free to kick me off.
Nah, you're okay, brother. You're all right. Shout out to Knicks Nation 112 where the players dwell. Said Ron, I believe they can waive one player. Play, then they can add two players, and then add one at the end. So kind of what Jay was saying. So yeah, that makes sense. Salute to you, bro. Shout out to Annie K in the building. Let's go, Annie. What's going on? Say hi, everyone. It's a beautiful Saturday. Yes, it is. Shout out to Mets 2128. Salute to you, Mets. Good to see you. Shout out to Hard Tackle CB. Hard Tackle. I think I've seen your name before. Good to see you. Mitch is always getting injured. Sign Moses Brown. Yeah, if we can. First off, excuse me, Dallas has to release him first. His 10-day has to run out. I don't think it's run out yet. It might be a couple more days or so. We'll see. I'm sure they're going to monitor it. Shout out to my guy Sha Powers, as Jay was saying. Salute. What's going on, my brother? Hope you're doing well. Please, as always, go show love to Knicks Real Talk with my guys Sha and Divine, and also special guest appearances from Jay. Appreciate you guys. Shout out to my guy Crim's dad. He said, Jay, did we or did we not see you in bed? No, I don't think we did. Shout out to you, Crim's dad. Thank you for being a member for 5 months. Appreciate you, bro. Let's see. Oh, and shout out to where is she? There she goes. Shout out to Darlene Bryan in the building. Let's go, Darlene. Good to see you as always. Pleasure. Okay. All right. I think I got everybody. Okay, cool. So There was something I just was about to say and I just lost it. What was it? I don't know. It's something you said that made me think of something. Oh, no, I know what it was. It was David Smith said something. Hold on. Where was it? Yeah. He said Memphis scored relatively easily in the paint, even with Mitch on the court. And yeah, man, but come on, David. You know, Mitch hasn't played on the NBA court since last May. Come on, man. It's first game. Come on, man. You know he needs some time to get acclimated. There was a couple plays where I saw Mitch was right there and he missed, he whiffed because the timing ain't there yet. Just give him a couple games, man. Mitch will be right. Then you're going to start to see what Mitch does defensively again. Listen, I don't care. Look, I am not the biggest Mitch stan when it comes to his play out there. I told you guys many times my biggest issue with Mitch is that he says he wants to be the defensive player of the year. I mean, you can't talk about being defensive player of the year when you've never even made an all defensive team. There's 3 of them. You haven't even made one. So I get mad about that. All right. So fine. And I used to say, instead of me watching Mitch put the ball between his legs, crossover, do fadeaway threes and all types of stupid stuff that I never see in a game, I'd rather just see you focus on your defense, right? Focus on your timing, blocking shots, do all types of drills, whatever you got to do, your feet, your footwork, all that stuff. I'd rather I see that. But that being said, when Mitch is out there healthy, I'm not downplaying Mitch defensively because I understand for whatever reason. I don't know what it is. To be honest with you, I really don't get it because there's guys like Miles Turner, who is one of the best defensive big men as far as blocking shots in the league. And he blocks like 2 to 3 a game and people still challenge him. I don't know why, but for whatever reason with Mitch, people don't always challenge Mitch. He's in the paint and they don't challenge him. They pass the ball or float it over him. I don't know what it is because Miles is a better blocker than Mitch is. Mitch can block shots, but Miles is fantastic at blocking shots and they still challenge him. So I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I'm just saying that Mitch does affect stuff defensively. So let's not take the credit away from him. The only knock we should ever have when it comes to Mitchell Robinson is just the fact that the man can't stay healthy, but not about his defensive ability. He does do stuff on defense. So I'm not going to take that away from him.
Right. You know, look, it was his first game. You know, I'm sure he's super excited and definitely out of sync. And, you know, again, I think it's going to take a handful of games for him to get right. To answer your question, it's very, very sorry that I turned this show into a Ask Dr. Ron and Jay. Sorry. Oh man, forgive me, everybody. I think, like, to answer something that you just said, is the stature of Mitch, height and body compared to a Miles, is different as well. Miles is a big guy, but I think you just okay. You got taller and shorter. So that's exactly what that's how it looks when they get closer to Mitch. The guy goes up and he's like, "Oh shit, no thanks."
Mm-hmm.
When it goes to Miles, and I think is Miles a full 7 foot?
Yeah, he is. He is
full 7 footer.
Yeah, I think so. I think he is.
Okay. I thought maybe I thought he was a little shorter than that. But okay. But either way.
Oh no, damn it. You are on it, Jay. He's 6'11". I mean, 6'11" is like 7 foot.
Yeah, no, it's right. But Mitch to me looks more like a 7'1".
Maybe.
Where Miles Turner looks more like a 6'10", a 6'11" to me. And to believe it or not, that's a major difference. Plus, his arms are incredibly long. Right? What I give you a good like point of example on this one. Miles Turner just knows how to block. He knows how to block differently. He reads the where the player is bringing the ball to, you know, the angles of it and all that stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just like Zach Randolph couldn't dunk. He didn't even hardly dunk, and he was 6'10". But he stayed in the top 5 in rebound because he knew where the ball was going.
Right. Good anticipation. Right. It's the same thing that Josh Hart done.
Great.
Yeah.
And he didn't really jump. He I don't remember and anybody could I remember this on a regular basis. I used to say, what the hell, if I was that tall, I'd be dunking on my mother. And he would do layups. He would get the ball back and run up a layup. And I'd be like, man, dunk the ball, Zach, come on. But he was an incredible rebounder. And he didn't jump over everybody to get the rebound. He just he blocked out good, and he found where it was going. So maybe that's just the difference between Miles and Mitch. I mean, the very few people are exceptional at what they do. Like, take the difference between this kid Wemby. Wemby's a 4-block. Of course, he's 100 feet tall, but Porzingis can't get a block to save his life, right? And he's a couple inches shorter than 7'4". So, that's because this other kid's more athletic. He knows, he's going after the ball. He's watching where the release is. I just think that it's just a little bit different, so.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So somebody brought up a good question. Hold on. Where was it? There you go. NYC B-Ball 08 says, has Miles ever made all defensive player? No. Actually, Miles Turner has never even made an all defensive NBA team, shockingly enough. But I'm not questioning about guys and whether they should make it or not. I'm questioning about Mitch when he says, I want to be the all defensive player on the league. To me, that says that that's my main focus. That's what I'm trying to do. So I'm going to do everything I can to be that guy. And I think if you decide that you want to do that, you should at least be in the running and contention to be on one of these all defensive teams. And he's never been. So my question is, how much is that really your focus? How much are you willing to do to get to that point? It's not necessarily whether or not he's good enough to do it. It's more of like your focus and how you build your game to be that person is more what I'm looking at. You know what I mean? It's not the other stuff. I'm surprised. And listen, and in fairness, maybe it's not that easy to make the defensive team because Miles Turner has been led the NBA in blocks a couple years, and he's one of the best at rim protection, and he's never made it. And there was actually an article about it, and they were saying that the voting is a little broken when it comes to all defensive teams because of that, because he should have made it. So, hey, listen, I mean, he got snubbed, and he had an incredible season. I think it was 2022. He didn't make it. OG was on that defensive team, by the way. He was on defensive team number 2. But yeah, Miles didn't make it. So there's that. I don't know, guys. It is what it is.
Do you think that there's more looks at steals than there are at blocks?
I think it's
more looking one-on-one defense.
I think it's less about steals and blocks. I think it's more about opponent's field goal percentage. Right. I think that's what they really consider that. And also if you're on a contending team. I think that matters too. But
Yeah, but Indiana's been pretty contending for a while. I mean, it's tough.
Yeah, but Indiana actually looked better last year, right? But he wasn't in the running last year. The year before, he was in the running, but they weren't as good. Yeah, so maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know. But also the other thing too is, like I said, he even though he had great percentage at the rim as far as affecting shots, on the perimeter he wasn't that great of a defender. And it's also like, I don't know, his win shares were good too. So I don't know. I think he got snubbed, to be honest. So that's
political,
what
and it's very political. A lot of politics in sports, man.
It happens. Shout out to Allah Wise in the building. What up, Allah? Good to see you. Said peace, Ron. Peace, Jay Chosen. Yeah, number 23. Hey, yeah, I mean, cut Matt Ryan. I think that's going to happen, man. Matt Ryan, unfortunately, just hasn't been what we thought he might be. Now, I'm going to say this in fairness to Matt Ryan, too. The Knicks haven't necessarily put Matt Ryan in the best position to get him going. You say what you will. You put him in garbage time. You don't run plays for him. You don't put him with the guys who can actually get him the ball. You put him with the bench dudes against, put Matt Ryan and you bringing in Shamet. How about you bring in Matt Ryan with the starters and get Jalen Brunson to get a double team and get Matt Ryan a wide open look? You got to play Matt. If you want Matt Ryan to get going, you got to put him with the best so he can get the best opportunities so these guys can create for him. That's my opinion, but I think that's a disservice to Matt Ryan. We saw the same thing happen. And this is the reason why I'm pointing to this too, because we actually saw it. The same thing happened with Evan Fournier. You guys know that Evan Fournier can play basketball. He's not the greatest at layups. He's not the greatest at mid-range shooting. But as far as three-point shooting, we watched him lead the Knicks in, have the best year in franchise history and knock it down threes for 1 year. The next year, Tibbs decided not to play him. And then when he put him in there, he put him in limited motion, limited action, and he didn't look good at all. So that further justified him not playing him. But come on, let's be real, guys. You guy can't lead your team in three-point shots made. In franchise history, he broke the record, and you tell me all of a sudden he's a bum. He don't know how to shoot anymore. You got to get him incorporated into the game and find spots for him. And Tibbs was not doing that because Tibbs didn't want to play him. And then when he put him in there, he knew he wasn't going to be as effective as he could be because he hasn't been using him that way. And that's the same thing that's happening with Matt Ryan. Just saying. I'm not saying Matt Ryan should be on this team. He should go because we just can't use him now. But that's also partly on the front office and the Knicks coaching staff not putting him in the proper position to succeed either, in my opinion. Matt Ryan is a better player than what we've seen.
We didn't even use half those people that we had at the end of the bench. No one was used. It was he ran with who he ran with. Matt Ryan, I knew very little bit about him. Definitely JM3. Fournier was done dirty. I can't say Matt Ryan was done dirty because he wasn't here to really even to begin with. It was like he wasn't here. So
yeah. Oh, and I just want to say once again, guys, I am not saying Matt Ryan is a really great player. I'm just telling you, Matt Ryan. There's no way I can't see Matt Ryan giving you the type of things that Evan Fournier gave you. Because remember, Evan Fournier wasn't great defensively. He wasn't good at driving to the basket. He didn't have a mid-range game, really. He could knock down free throws, and he could hit threes. That was it. You can't tell me that Matt Ryan can't at least do that. So there's no way. Like, he's a three-point specialist type player, and that's all he should be used for because he can't really give you much else. And I know that already. They know that when they got him here. So that's all I'm saying. But as I said, at this point, it's time for Matt Ryan to go. Now it doesn't matter anymore. He's just taking up a spot that we should be giving to somebody else that could actually help the team.
Definitely. This guy, JJ, beat me to it. I said, send him back to the NFL. Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. Shout out to A-Train in the building. What up, A-Train? Says salute Ron in the chat. It's hard to make an all-anything team when you're always injured. There's a fact there. No, you ain't lying. So let's take a quick look at the box from yesterday and see what it actually turned into. Let me share my screen. Get this out of here. Apologies. There we go. All right. So, let me blow that up a little bit. There we go. All right.
As you can see, the Knicks wound up winning this game 114-113. It was very close. It was a nail biter. Very, very, very good game to watch, though. It didn't start off great, but by the time it was over, it was a good game. Josh Hart played. Look at the minutes first off, guys. 28 minutes for Josh, 38 for OG, 31 for Carl. Mikal had 33, Brunson had 36, Miles had 28. Not bad on the minutes usage. Not bad. Josh had 12 points, 4 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, 1 block. Not a bad Josh game, but not great, by his standards because he's been so great this year. Yeah. OG, 19, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, 2 blocks. Look, guys, I don't know what more you would want. This is what I would like to see from OG Anunoby. Anywhere from 15 to 20 points. That's great. I'll take that. So
I agree with that.
Yeah, that's not bad.
And what was the defense number? 1 steal, 2 blocks, 2 steals, 1 block.
1 steal, 2 blocks.
And just, if you don't mind, to read that the OG stat line one more time.
19 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, 2 blocks.
Take that every night of the week. Every night of the week, that would be a perfect OG line. Every night. I agree.
Yeah. And we needed it because the other thing is obviously you guys know that Towns struggled a little bit early, and then for whatever reason, you guys blame a lot of this stuff on Tibbs or Brunson or whatever it is. I don't know. He played 31 minutes. He only took 11 shots. His outside shot didn't look good early. He hit a 3 later in the game. But he just didn't look comfortable out there. And I think that had a lot to do with Zach Edey in that 7-4 frame. But, I don't know. He might be a beast. Yeah. Cat finished with 11 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 block. If he had a better night, the Knicks probably would have won the game easier. But it is what it is. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know why he didn't get more attempts. I forgot. He was in foul trouble. That's right. I forgot. He had foul trouble. Correct. Him and Josh. I mean, Josh's foul trouble was crazy, bro. He had 5 fouls in the third quarter. I was like, with 6 minutes left, I think. It was crazy. I was like, what is going on, Josh? Mikal Bridges, he had 15 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 blocks. Once again, I know that, these numbers, the blocks, rebounds, and all that stuff. I mean, the blocks I'll take, but like the rebounds and assists, both OG and Mikal, that's not their forte. They're not great at that. But if they can give us steals or blocks, we'll take it. And once again, that's the same thing I'd say about OG is the same thing I say about Mikal. Anywhere from 15 to 20 points is fine because we expect to get usually around 20 points from both Jalen, Brunson, and Cat, usually, or more.
25.
Yeah. Well, I'm being frugal. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
I
when
know you're talking, I get it. 20 being the plateau on the
right.
Got you.
But yeah, so I'm not mad at last night's performance by Mikal. Also, don't forget when the Knicks were trying to come back and fight against Memphis, how many of those outlet passes that Brunson threw to Mikal for easy layups because he was pushing.
He was.
You gotta like his activeness, man.
Yeah.
And then shout out to Jalen Brunson had 23 points, 7 rebounds. 7 rebounds from Jalen. That's the second best on the team. 6 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. And 23 points, man. I can't be mad at that either.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, he ran it. His court vision last night was different. He just ran it, man. Look, it was good.
Yeah, no, it really was. Mitchell Robinson, first game back, only played 12 minutes, but this is what I'm talking about. When I talk about somebody's efficiency and their effectiveness, he played 12 minutes and had 5 rebounds in 12 minutes. He had 6 points and 1 assist. I'll take that. That's great production for that amount of time. And your first game back, that's even better. So yeah, I mean, and you know, obviously he was very active for as much as he could be. And then you got Miles McBride, who played 28 minutes, but 17 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals. He shot 7 of 11 from the field, 3 of 5 from 3. Like Miles was looking really good out there, and we needed that.
Yeah.
So I want to go back to Jalen Brunson. He shot 10 of 23, right? The Knicks were down by 2 points. Yeah, the Knicks were down by 2 points. All we needed was a 2 to tie. He was 10 of 23. He was 1 of 5 from 3 at the time. This dude shoots that 3. You see how cold-blooded you got to be to take that shot when you only need a 2. We could have lost that game if he doesn't hit that 3.
That's what I'm saying. And he would have found a way to do that, Brunson. He would have found a way to get that layup.
Clutch, bro. I'm telling you, Jalen Brunson is a different breed, man. We downplay it. We don't acknowledge it as much as we should. He's a monster, man. I'm telling you, he's a monster.
Now let me ask you a question really quick. Do you think the fact that you got the captain going to the basket, and OG, you just said it perfectly, but with 2 for 8, whatever he was, still finds himself to the open corner, right? He could have, at that point, after not being so efficient, could have found himself anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
You know, kind of made himself invisible, even. Like, you know what? Don't make, I don't even want to be part of it. There's plenty of players that do that. You know, I'm not doing well today. I'll get in there for the rebound. Still found himself to there. And then to have your point guard and your captain throw you the ball, that's got to give you a sense of hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And just knocked it down. I mean, and we all said hell yeah at the same time. I bet you last night.
Yeah, it was beautiful to watch, man. It definitely was beautiful to watch. It's nice to see when you got somebody that just doesn't care, just is willing to do what needs to be done to get the team the victory. And that's why I respect Jalen Brunson for that. That clutch gene is big, man. And shout out to him. And listen, guys, don't panic. Don't get all crazy. We're not giving anything away. We are fans. These are professional NBA players with a big coaching staff. You think they don't know what the Knicks like to do? You think they don't know where Jalen Brunson likes to shoot on the court? So, because Jalen Brunson likes that 3 from that spot. We all see it. Every time he's done it, we're not the only ones who know that. The defense knows it too. So don't be thinking because we talk about it, oh, we're giving it away. No, they know. Okay. They know. It's all about whether they choose to stop it. Because everything happens so quick. Sometimes you can't, it's not like it's a timeout and we come right out and do this. Sometimes this is happening live. Just the basket happens, you get the rebound, you go down the court and do it. But I will say there's going to be points where he might try it and the team says, no, send a double right now and get the ball out of his hands at that spot before he can even do it. So don't be surprised if that happens, but that's just good basketball. That's good coaching. That's people understanding what they're watching. And that's just going to happen. But yeah, man, he's been clutch and he likes to, he likes shooting from certain spots in the court. No, let me put that link out there.
I might take a break in a few minutes and then
don't worry about it, brother. Listen, man, you hanging in there. You did what you could do. You out here, you talking, you give some good take. It is what it is, man. You got to take care of yourself. What you need to do is drink some tea, get some chicken noodle soup or something good in you, and take it easy and then, rest, man.
I haven't ate too much. I've been drinking a lot of tea and doing a lot of that stuff, but I don't want to turn it back into the Dr. Ron. And
I know, I hear you, man. But listen, man.
I'll hang just for a few minutes, and if I can, I'll come back. And
don't be afraid to take care of yourself, man, because that's one thing we got to do. We have to take care of
100%. I just happen to have slept way too much. I definitely need to eat something.
Yeah. Shout out to P. Duggar. Says Tibbs laid the foundation, and thanks. By the way, a great cement crew laid the foundation for my crib, but I had to move on to a skilled, sophisticated crew to take my house to a completed masterpiece. I see what you did there. That's a great, yeah, I see that. That makes sense. I understand. Let me see here. Where is it? I just had it. Oh, there it is. Paris said we are a coach away from teaching vets and the young how to know how to do the winning things to win. How to do the winning things to win. Yes, you have to teach and push players to perform. Money isn't enough. That's fair. That's fair. Excuse me. Shout out to Nick P in the building. What up, Nick P? Excuse me. Good to see you. Shout out to my guy CC in the building. Said OG has a clutch factor as well. He's done it in Toronto. Okay, I like it. I'm with it. Nostalgic Nick is in the building. What up, man? Good to see you. He said, nope, I gave Tibbs no credit. I see you, Don P.
Oh, man.
L says chicken noodle soup. Chicken noodle soup. I see what you did there, L. Mm-hmm.
With some tea on the side.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
Don't make me laugh, damn it.
Me and my little humor. It is what it is.
Oh, I used to hate that.
Yeah, well, you know, things be happening. But like I said, it was nice to see everything go the way it is, and we need Deuce. I'm telling you, we need Deuce to give us that type of effort. We need to see more of. Took the Deuce to the trade. Yes, we need to see all of that. We need to see all of that. You know, that's gonna help us. Nick Yak says we are winning 55 games. Forget the Tibbs being fired nonsense by his longtime friend Leon. Yeah, I mean that's not happening. I mean, not this year at least. Well, not this season. Off season, anything can happen, you know, but not right now. Shout out to DJ Shuttle in the building. What up, DJ Shuttle? Good to see you. He said, "What's next? Improving the defense, hopefully." Yeah, there you go. That is my question. What's next?
Yep.
So I think let me change my thing. Bring D-Rex in here.
Yo,
what's up, bro?
How y'all doing?
Yeah, you know, hanging, man.
How you doing, brother?
Saturday, Shabbat Shalom.
All day, brother. All day. Shabbat Shalom. Shalom, my brother.
Hopefully, Jay will recover from his ailment.
Mm-hmm. I think that is a good question. What do you guys think? What's your thoughts?
Well, you have to have a defense to improve a defense first. So,
okay. Oh, that's interesting. That's it. I think that these next couple games is going to be an interesting wake-up call for the Knicks defense as around the league. I think people are going to see some interesting things that the Knicks are able to do because of Mitch being back.
We also don't have the excuse of, we don't have Mitch anymore. So.
That is very true. Can't use that anymore. At least for now.
Sorry.
Yeah.
He just said that we just got TJ and the tall brother.
Moses?
Yeah.
No, they didn't do anything.
Hey guys.
What's up, Mets? How you doing? Let me allow D-Rex to finish his thought and get right over to you, brother. So
I just wanted to say, it is an interesting juncture in the season because we're heading towards a more serious point and a point where what excuses do we have left now? You know, really, everyone's here in the starting lineup. The guy we've heard about for a year, 10 years, it feels like he's finally playing. Now, what more excuses do you need, bro? It's a championship roster. It's supposed to be, right? So we have my concern for the next couple of games is the Knicks tend to do well versus good teams in the West, right? That's a fair statement, right?
Yep. That's true.
So I feel like other than the Lakers, which I'm watching out for because they're playing really well and they whooped our butt last time, my worry is that we go through this little Western tour here. We get all high on the hog, start sniffing our own farts, thinking we're invincible, Then we come back to the East and get humbled again. I think at this point, it's very clear that if you can't take at least a competitive game to the Cavs, the Celtics, OKC, almost nothing else matters. You have to beat top teams. You have to put on good performances. But my worry, like I said, we have Mitchell Robinson back. Great. We're already beating the Denver Nuggets, bro. We beat the Denver. I'm not saying we're going to guarantee beat them next time, but we have a good record versus them.
Right.
So if we go on some crazy win streak now and then come back, because we play the Cavs twice more and the Celtics once more to finish off the season. I think it's like the last 4 games. So I'm not trying to hear nothing overconfident until that happens. I want nothing less than excellence and no more excuses. So I'm not trying to hear anybody being, the Knicks in 4 or whatever. None of that. Until we see it versus Celts, Cavs, OKC, it means nothing.
That's fair. No, I mean I can agree with that. That makes sense to me. And DJ Shuttle also said this roster is not better than the Cavs or Boston. That is not an excuse, but just reality. That's true. Roster construction, they have better rosters top to bottom. But for our purposes, it shouldn't matter. It's not an excuse because we've watched teams like Houston beat 1 or 2 of these teams. We've watched Detroit beat 1 or 2 of these teams. So yeah, we got to play better basketball. Go ahead, Mets.
Here's where one of the main problems comes into play whenever we play Oklahoma City or a team like Cleveland, OKC, or Boston. The fact that there's little to no adaptability from the front, from the coach. Thibodeau, we know, is a stubborn man to a fault. He will not change his viewpoint or his philosophy at any and all costs unless he is forced to. And more often than not, you have to force him to change it up. I mean, for years, I've been calling this guy out as a man who will basically claim he's made so many sacrifices for this team when the only thing he sacrifices is bench depth. No one's grateful. And then when he finally goes mad, he's driven with power. He gets driven out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the same crap happened to him in Chicago. It happened to him in Minnesota. And it's, for me, a matter of time before it happens in New York, where his grinding down the front line and the few players on the bench he does use becomes a boiling point issue where everything goes downhill for the Knicks to where they've got to get rid of him.
He also did it with the Raptors, by the way. People overlook that one.
Oh, yeah, people don't talk about that one that much. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean,
can I just jump in on that point? I have one quick thing to add. On that bench in the Raptors, he had Pascal Siakam, Fred VanVleet, and Jacob Poeltl, and he played none of them.
And they all turned out to be really good players.
Come on, bro.
I mean, listen, look, he has his stuff. He has his faults. We know. Sometimes a guy can be the right coach for your team, just not the right coach for every team. And then, of course, there could be a point where a guy can be the right coach for you for a point for a period of time, and then obviously
gotta move on.
That's true. So we'll see what happens. Let me just say shout out to Craig in the building. What up, Craig? Good to see you. Shout out to Wesley Robinson in the building. What's good? All the way from Strong Island. Good to see you. And let me get to I don't know if I said what's up to Prezi. Shout out to Prezi the boss. What's going on, my guy? Appreciate you, bro. Let me get over to Chris. Chris, you with us? Hey, what up, Chris?
How you doing?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Doing good, man. Wow, it looks nice and sunny where you are.
Hey, Juan, I got a quick question. I'm about to go to the gym and walk out.
Okay.
But, can you see it? The Knicks play on March 10th.
March 10th?
Yeah, it's a Monday.
Okay. Give me a second. Let me check. Yes, they do. They play the Sacramento Kings.
What time?
10:30.
10:30 p.m. It's a late game.
Wow, that's mad late.
Yeah.
It's my birthday that day.
We're only going to have late games.
Oh,
if
wow.
You can maybe do a shout out that day for me.
Well, we should be on SKF Weekly around 9 that day. So yeah, I can shout you out on your birthday, buddy. I'm gonna send myself a little reminder right now.
Pisces in the house.
That's right. Fishy. Wait, maybe that's not
Any
good.
game on the 14th so I could get a shout out?
Uh, 14th is a Friday. I'm sorry, I don't have a show that day, but I can give you a
Okay.
shout out the next day.
Yeah, I hate the Super Bowl's a week later since for a few years because it used to land on or around my birthday.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Huh.
Can I
Yeah,
ask?
so that was
who do we
always a
have-
good. I got 2 good birthday presents when the Giants won the Super Bowl those 2 times.
Oh, dude, that must have been incredible.
Yeah, man.
I was gonna say, who do we have coming up this week after Miami?
We
Golden
got
State.
the Warriors, then the Lakers, then the Clippers, then Sacramento, then Portland.
I got to be honest, I'm not too familiar. Obviously, I know the legacy of Golden State, but I don't know how they're doing this year. Like, does anyone want to?
They are flip-floppy, but they're on the outside looking in again, and they got Jimmy Butler, which just made him and Steph Curry a pretty unguardable duo. Likewise with LeBron and Luka.
I wouldn't go that far, but they do look good right now.
They're a tough matchup right now. I will say that they're not.
Right.
They're not. They are still as good as Steph Curry can make them. Like if Steph Curry is going to drop 52 points, I mean, what are you going to do, right? But he's not always. He's not always that Steph Curry anymore. All right, take care, Chris. Have a good day. Go work out.
Yeah, that was like a vintage, like spark. Older guys have that sometimes when they're like leaving their prime on the back end of their career. They still have that in them sometimes.
A legacy game.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But they don't always have that anymore. Like he can't do that consistently.
Well,
He'll
I know
be
that
dead.
Steph Curry's gonna have a good time on that 3-point line when he plays the Knicks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We'll let the red carpet
Well,
go.
hopefully, because a lot of people were saying that when Mitch came back, that guys don't have to overcommit and they can actually guard their players more. So hopefully that is true.
I mean, we'll see. I'm worried that again. I just hate when the Knicks get overconfident, bro. I feel like it's we're like the kings of bad karma in this fan base. But yeah, I'm worried that people will look at the bad 3-point shooting night that the Grizzlies had last night and be like, "Oh, it's fixed. We have a good 3-point defense now." Like I'm just not trying to do
Well,
that.
people generally overreact to one game anyway, which is annoying these days. Because when Luka first came back, like, see, I'm like, no, there's one game. He's coming back off injury. Like, people don't take anything into consideration anymore.
Yeah,
that's true. That's
Plus,
true.
he was learning a new scheme and learning a new team. People gotta.
what's good with the Clippers?
Clippers, well, let me tell you to back to what you said. First off, let me say this. In regards to the Warriors, yeah, they are 7-3 in their last 10. They're playing better basketball now that they got Jimmy Butler. So let's just not take them lightly.
Can't take them lightly. No.
Yeah. So
Can't take them or the Lakers lightly right now because not only did they beat the Knicks without AD. Now they have Luka, and they're looking good, and that's not even probably the best they can play together because he just got there. So I'm not.
Golden State is
Also,
1-5 in a
apparently-
row, by the way. Just wanted to throw that out.
Apparently,
What'd you say?
LeBron hates the Knicks.
Can you repeat that, Rob?
I said the Golden State is 1-5 in a row.
Oh yeah, they're doing good since Jimmy got traded there.
The Clippers, adversely, are the opposite. They've lost one. They are 4-6 in their last 10, so they're not playing great at this moment. But you can't take them for granted either, because as good as I said Golden State is playing lately, their record is identical to the Clippers. So the Clippers are 32-27 as well. So they were playing better.
I guess I'm more
barely lost last night to the Lakers.
Yeah,
barely
I
lost.
was just asking, like,
it was like 2 points, 4 points. They were battling.
I mean, I was going to say, like, we know the style of players and team that gives us trouble at this point, Do any of these upcoming teams have players or a style that really fits, like, something we should be worried about, or not so much?
I don't think so. I think the Clippers are kind of in the situation like they give me like Milwaukee vibes. And if you guys know, the Knicks match up well with Milwaukee for whatever reason, because they're more of a half-court team.
Except when Lakers at home.
Yeah. So I mean, well, that's true. That's a good point. We are playing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I just think we match up a little better with the Clippers. And the only team that I'm really looking at in these next bunch of games, because we play the Warriors twice, actually. We play the Warriors once.
Yep, I was about to say that earlier.
Next week. Sorry. I said next week. Tuesday. And then we play the Warriors the following week on Saturday. So, they have a good chance to win one of these games at least. I don't know what it turns out to be, but if Mitch is healthy with this team, I actually put the Knicks in a position to win all of these games. You have a chance to win all of these games.
It's possible.
Yeah, but I'm really circling that.
I'm worried about the GSW, bro.
I mean, listen, they're playing well.
Can't take them lightly.
You can't. But as I said, the only thing about GSW is that Steph Curry's got to be on. Because Steph Curry doesn't always come out that way. Sometimes he comes out a little slow, and if he's a little slow, it could affect the whole game for them. They no longer have the Klay Thompson. They no longer have the young kid that's with the Wizards now that really isn't as good as he used to be. Whatever the hell his name is.
Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole, correct. Like, they don't have that same luxury anymore. They're a different team. Like, so, but they're still a tough team to match up with. They're still a tough team.
Okay.
Steph Curry, I heard his average this year has been 22 points a game. So
that's definitely a drop down from what he used to be.
Yeah, so he's not the same guy anymore. But he showed you he still can't put up that 50 ball, bro. 55, 56, whatever it was that was a crazy game.
That Lakers game is gonna be tough, guys. I'm just letting you know.
The Sacramento Kings.
Kings are kind of they are. I think Kings made a mistake. I've said this a while ago. They're 6-4 in their last 10. They've won 2 in a row. They're 30-28 right now. But remember, they were playing better basketball under Mike Brown. They decided to get rid of,
and they don't have De'Aaron Fox anymore.
I don't know what the hell they're doing over there.
No Fox.
They're not a bad team. I don't think they're as good as they were.
I just want to say the minutes police were right once again.
Oh, well, they usually are. These days they are.
Wait, with regards to what?
Oh, no, I did say it. Damn
it. I'm getting a little NBA.
There's a few personalities. Sorry, go ahead. My bad.
No, go ahead, Mets.
I'm getting kind of sick of how the NBA has basically devolved into just analytics, layups, 3-point shots, and very rare occasions of defense. I mean, we all miss the days in the 90s and early 2000s.
I gotta say, like, as much as I understand
the
that,
NBA and converting it into what it is now. Silver, LeBron James, Steph Curry. Who's the guilty party?
as much as you say that, like, there was a game, I forget what it was, but like maybe it was against Orlando where we weren't hitting threes and they don't shoot threes well. Where it was like that, like, if you watch, people only remember the good games from back then. A bad game from the 90s is so boring, bro. So slow. Like, people don't remember.
Yeah, I was gonna say people have nostalgia goggles. Like, this happens to every older person. They're like, "Oh, it was better back in my day." But like, I was watching this channel. I think it was Sporting Logically, or one of those like analytic channels, and people just don't understand. The average fan don't understand the X's and O's, and like a lot of the pick and rolls and everything. The picks that happen off ball. There's a lot of movement that is too complex. Like, people, I think, also romanticize the 90s because the schemes were a little simpler. It was like throw the ball in the post to the big man, let him shoot, or even like smaller. Even the guards were doing that. Like Jordan was posting up. Like you saw Mark Jassy. Like all those guys were posting up, but that made the game really slow. Like that's why they had to put a defensive 3 seconds. Charles Barkley was notorious for that. So like, I just think you gotta. Well, personally, you don't have to do anything, but personally, I can appreciate the modern game. I personally like it. I like watching, especially when you see the stars. Like, I love watching Luka play. He's actually playing defense too. So I mean, you just got to understand what's going on to really appreciate the modern game. There's the problems, but there's a problem in every era, I think. And I think that people just like to look through rose-colored glasses. I was watching that Lakers game, and that Laker game was a lot of fun to watch, in my opinion.
I think that what you're saying is very true. I think that the game is it's gotten so okay. Here's the man, this is tough because it's a flip side, right? Because you're right. It's a little bit more fluid, more fast moving, faster pace. Things happen quicker. But the problem is, right, because it's less, it's more of a transitional fast break game, a lot of 3-point shooting. It's less half court game when you really think about it. The problem is because it's less half court game, you don't get to see a different level of explosiveness too. Because I don't know this off the top of my head. I'm just going by what I see visually and I'm thinking. But I bet that there's less dunks happening now than there were before in previous years. I think people are shooting more threes and there's less explosiveness, guys dunking in the basket area. A lot of that stuff doesn't seem to be happening as much as it used to, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's what I think is going on, which makes fans think it's not as fun as it used to be because you don't see as many high-flying dunks and stuff. You know, we used to see a lot of alley-oops, a lot of between the legs, a lot of people being dunked on. A lot of that. I mean, a lot of it compared to what we see now. You know, so I think that leads to it. The other thing I was going to say, too, is there's more three-point shooting now. And I know the game looked slower back then. But one thing I will tell you, back then, those games, the focus wasn't necessarily so much on three-point shooting. It was making shots. So you had a lot of guys who could
Nobody could shoot back then, bro.
No, there was a lot of guys who could knock down.
There was a ton of guys.
No. Hold on. Let me rephrase. There were people that were excellent shooters, but they just didn't have the runway to do the volume that you would see today.
Right, and there wasn't a lot of range to those shots. It was more limited as far as like.
That's also true, by the way. The long range threes are crazy now.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think better put would be there wasn't teams built around the three.
Okay, yeah.
That they are now. There are teams like Golden State was completely built.
What's the brother who did the choking thing to us?
Threes.
We all hate him. What's his face? Reggie Miller.
Oh, Reggie Miller, yeah.
I hate his face. I can't even listen to him when he's commentating.
But people have said like that type of style of player would have thrived today.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he would have been fine.
Yeah, right. But he could also drive and take it to the hole. He could also drive. He knew how to pass. He played with two. They had the same last name. What was their names?
You're talking about the Davis brothers.
The Davis brothers, Antonio, Antonio, and
I forgot the other dude's first name.
What's the other dude's name? Somebody say it in the thing for me. Anyway, they were crazy. They were like two really big power forwards that played a mixture of center and power forwards. So back in the days, there was plenty of incredibly good 3-point shooters. I mean,
Dale Davis. Thank you, A-Train.
Dale, that's right. Dale Davis and Antonio Davis. That's right. Dale was the ball one. Yeah. So I mean, there was plenty of really great great shooters, anywhere from Trent Tucker to Kiki Vandeweghe, and then if you want to come even later in life, you know, in the 90s, there was an incredible amount. But I think that the three was more of the if you're open action. Or I know they did a lot of this on the Suns, or which was one of my favorite teams at the time, the Steve Nash Stoudemire era.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where when Nash would go, he would bring it down to the hole, and he would curve back around, and 2 or 3 people, Leandro Barbosa, and these people were all left open, right? And you know, even down to like, you know, later in years when Dirk Nowitzki could shoot a three and dunk it on you in the same game. You know, I just think that the games have changed. Yes, I think that some of those things Juan said were necessary. You know, the 3-second thing with Barkley and whatever it might be, but you know, I think that for me, after a while, watching people heaving up threes and not like for me, it took away the ferocity, it took away the aggressive, you know, and I enjoyed that. You know, back in the day, I used to say you would have to carry around a banger to go to try to do a layup. You would have to walk around with a screwdriver, you know, or a razor in your hand to try to get a dunk off in the 80s and 90s, or you were getting rocked. So there's none of that anymore. You can't even come in 5. You can't be within 5 feet of your guy without getting called a foul. So
I will say that's lame, but that's kind of like a decision from like the officials. Like,
the league has made a choice to change things.
That's
The league has made it. They've changed things.
Players will adapt. Yeah, the players adapt.
Yeah.
No, there's no doubt. I mean, I'm not even saying who's it on and what's it on. I think that there's a little bit of truth in, like, I think more than just like in anything else, more than one thing could be right at the same time. Yeah. Right. So in this case, I think the bigger portion is probably the league. Yeah. But then the second portion is some of the teams. And the league is seeing that some of these teams are really exploding, turning into dynasties. Teams like Golden State, let's say. So it makes it easier for that. You know, the amount of foul calls that were happening in the early in the early 2010s were ridiculous. Ridiculous.
I mean, to be fair though, people actually have clips of like Jordan getting called for travels in like the finals. You know, like that they wouldn't do so much now.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I mean, yeah, the game was different. They would let stuff. Other stuff wasn't as important to them as it is now, like because they decided, they made a concerted effort to try to make the game more faster paced, to try to not so many, and that is actually happening in all sports, right? Everything, and I just wanted to not to get on a tangent, but you guys understand that when it comes to anything that we love or like as entertainment, it's all handed down from the masses. When the masses decide, and I don't mean the masters, even though it could be the same. But anyway, when they decide that they want things, I didn't say that. When they decide that things should go a certain way, they will do things a certain way, and the changes the way the game is played really quick. Basketball, Steph Curry and them, they decided to really focus on the 3-point game and make it their thing. It worked well for them, and so the rest of the league tries to, you know, imitate that, and that style of basketball changes how everything else is played. That's why the big man, the traditional big man, has fallen to the wayside. That's why guys like Emeka Okafor, all these dudes have kind of emptied out of the league. They're starting to come back now. But you guys understand that the NBA wants the big man to come back. They made a concerted effort to bring that style of basketball back. All you got to do is look 3-4 years ago where the big man was kind of lost. There's guys that were still very efficient that started to get transitioned out. I can think of the biggest one. I always think of him. I just can't remember his name off the top of my head. From Miami. It wasn't Dallenberg. What the hell is his name? Something with an H.
With the H.
With the H, yeah.
I know what you're talking about, too.
He was very good at basketball, very good defensively, very good offensively, but he was slow. He slowed up the pace. He could not run up and down the floor. and basically they couldn't play that state. They wanted to change their style of basketball, so it didn't work for him. And he is the type of
man, and he came out of
Hassan
nowhere.
Whiteside, yes, Hassan Whiteside.
Whiteside. Yep.
Yes, he was really good at playing
that guy?
basketball, but he's a traditional slow-footed big that just basically lost his spot because of the way the game changed. It's the same thing you see with baseball. Baseball used to be when you hit 300 or better, you were incredible. If you hit around 290, 280, that's what they were looking for. Now they said we're going to push the home run because the home run is exciting. So now guys, they hit 230, but they hit 30, 40 home runs. That's all people care about. So it's the same thing. Everything like that has happened. Football, every sport, they decide to do it. Music, everything. We don't want to hear this anymore. We want to hear this. Then they get everybody to start making this type of music. So it's everything.
And then it all comes back in like cycles, like you said. Like we saw disco make a comeback in the 90s. We saw like not disco, but like the style of disco came back in the 90s for a short time. Things make a comeback too. Like things goes in like cycles.
Yeah, cycles. Everything's a cycle.
So,
Everything.
sorry,
man.
Nah, you good. No, everything is a cycle. But back to the one thing I wanted to say before we move on with regards to basketball. Just wanted to say that I get it, and it's been a long time. And some of you, I'm not dating myself, but I am 47, about to be 48. You may not appreciate it because you didn't see it as much on a day in, day out basis. But watching guys like Mark Price, watching guys like Glenn Rice, watching guys like Kendall Gill, watching guys like
Kendall Gill, wow, that's a
watching guys like Pedro Stojakovic, man, I love mid-range shooters. So I know it was a little slower, the game, but I used to love watching these guys knock down these twos with such efficiency. I mean, like, it didn't matter if you were in their face, knock it down right in your grill. I used to love that. So for me, it was great.
Modern NBA, that efficient mid-range shooter.
Yeah, it was different. For me, it was great. So I get it, though. I understand.
And just a little before that, I remember watching a game, Portland versus Celtics, with Clyde versus Larry, and one held his arm, and Larry hits a left-handed three from like 100 feet away, and the next play he goes into dunk and he gets blocked onto the floor. Like it was. There was a lot of great players like you're talking about. Even that whole squad. That Chris Mullen squad. I love to watch.
Oh yeah. The Golden State Warriors with Mullen, Hardaway, and Mitch Richmond.
TMC.
And Mitch Richmond. Yeah, Mitch.
Yeah. All right, we're getting on a tangent. This is a Nick podcast. We'll go back because don't start me getting all nostalgic.
Right. I am already there. You can't get me back. I'm like on a pink cloud right now somewhere.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you about the days, man. I remember when Muggsy Bogues came down and he. Anyway, whatever.
That was a cool player, though. That was a cool player.
So back to the Knicks. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I like to think I already talked about how big that shot was that Brunson took, right? And that he continues to take. But what about OG Anunoby?
Bro,
God,
finally. I said finally contract.
You know what I'm talking about? Imagine how big that shot was for OG Anunoby. Us talking about, how we're disappointed in him offensively and how he really hasn't had any signature moments. I mean, maybe he had two. The one that he put.
Let's be honest, bro. He's been thinking about the season till now.
Yeah, but he did. Listen, he did drop 40.
You're thinking about what?
The blowout. That was a great.
Wait, he dropped 40 against a boomer geriatric team and then disappeared on offense for the rest of the season.
Right, but hey, listen. The fairness with Denver, though. Denver was running through the league. Denver won a championship not too long ago, and until the Knicks started to get their number, now we see a decline in Denver. But Denver has always been a good team, always been special, and they're still number 2 in the league in the West. They're 39-21.
I'm not sleeping on them, but they're one of the teams that, for whatever reason, even before we had the current team, we matched up well against. And for me, the teams that really mess up, just our team in general, but specifically OG, the young, athletic, we've been saying it the whole season, them teams that just send bodies and run at you and maul you and run you off the line. Mm-hmm. I think especially for OG, that's so annoying to his game, man.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I just want to give him a little love and a little credit for knocking down that
No,
big
he
shot.
deserves. He had a great game across the board. He had a great block. He had some really good defensive moments. He was energetic. Like everything we wanted from OG, finally we saw in that game, bro.
But I also think that's a result.
Happy birthday to Prezi the Boss. Shout out to you, my brother. Way to join that 45 club.
I also think that's a result of him not playing so many goddamn minutes.
True.
But also, to be a crazy thing is that since he got back from this injury, he's playing the most minutes he's played all season. Again, he's catching up.
But hey, I mean, listen, I'll take OG playing. Ooh, I mean, I don't love it.
Be careful. Be careful.
38. That's actually kind of high. Yeah, I don't know about that.
38. He's on vacation already compared to the start of the season.
Yeah. That's not great. But listen, at least it wasn't 40. I guess that's
Well, my concern now is now that fucking
right
who else got injured other than Huck Porty? Someone else.
Jalen took a bit of a knee hit last night.
Oh, he did also have a scare. That's true.
Yeah, Jalen, took a little bit of a, but now, but that could happen.
I was going to say, I'm worried that now because we have a different center rotation without Huck, that now OG might have to play more minutes. And we already saw that happen. Like with the first game that Mitchell Robinson, that Huck Porty started, OG played 40 minutes. Josh Hart played like 40 minutes, And another thing I want to say to that, by the way, which I know he's like the golden child of the Knicks community, Josh Hart will never say he's tired, but his tell that he's tired, he starts making sloppy turnovers and sloppy fouls.
Sloppy fouls, right? Yeah.
If you notice at the end of games, bro, he always makes these weird, like so uncharacteristic of him. He's just tired, bro.
Could be. There might be some truth to that. I will say that the good thing is that I don't expect the Knicks to struggle that much to start a game. They struggled mightily to start that first quarter. And I think that's part of the reason, like the way the game transitions, a guy like Tibbs is going to say, man, we can't hit a basket. So we need our best defenders out there to stay close in this game, which might have led to OG playing a little bit more because if we could have got stuff going, maybe he could have been a little bit more lenient with OG's minutes. Maybe Precious would have got a little bit more time out there to be able
I have to say, man, I'm a big Precious guy, but he has to step up his offensive efficiency, and it kills me to say that.
Yeah. I mean, Precious played 4 minutes, guys. I mean, come on. I mean,
that's
know that
crazy.
We know that he was going to take a hit in minutes, but 4 minutes, come on. Like Landry Shamet and Cameron Payne played, Shamet played 15 and Cameron Payne played 11. Come on. There's no way Precious should just get 4 minutes, especially with Josh Hart and with Karl Anthony Towns in foul trouble.
And we were getting killed on rebounds the entire night.
It don't make sense. That don't make sense.
There's things this coach does, bro, that nobody will ever understand.
Well, listen, that's the thing about Tibbs. He makes it really tricky for you. Just when you think you know what he's going to do, nope. Nope. Not going to happen.
He can give me a headache, bro, I swear.
Yeah, he's Tibbs keeps you on your toes, gets you upset, gets you all hot and bothered. That's what he does. So I just want to let everybody know that the phone lines are open. I'll put the number up in 2 seconds. If you don't already have it. And we'll get some calls in here as well as, we'll continue to talk about these Knicks and what's next for the Knicks. And if the Knicks, it's too early to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway because I'm a content creator. What else am I going to say? Have the Knicks turn the corner defensively. And
no.
Now, the question is, did you see the differences when Mitchell Robinson was out there on the court?
Yeah.
Did you see the differences?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Even as much as I'm a member of the minutes police, I was saying like, why he only got 12 minutes last night? And none with Cat. I'm not like, because there are people out here that's like crazy Mitch fans that think Mitch is like, I don't know, Shaq reincarnated or something. I've never been like pro or anti, but I think I'm becoming a fan of him because he really does help us have a defense. I don't know how else to say it, bro. We had no defense the entire season.
Yeah. I mean, I can't, like, my whole thing with Mitch is I really needed Mitch to show me how impactful he could be when the games really mattered. And I've seen that twice already. And I'm not talking about right now. I'm saying I've seen it in his career twice.
Okay.
It was
the Cleveland game,
the Cleveland series, not just the game, the series.
the whole series. Right.
It was the whole series. and then also the Philadelphia series. Because as much as, even though, and it's so crazy to say that, you know, you go up against Embiid and Embiid put up 50 against us in one of those games, but you could just see the difference when Mitch was guarding him as opposed to when Hartenstein was on him. He was cooking.
Hartenstein was not that great, but honestly,
Joel Embiid basically had to step on Mitch's ankle, and it basically cost him the rest of the postseason.
Correct. Yes, we're aware. And I'll get right back to you, D-Rex. The irony of Mitch coming back and then it being announced that Embiid is out for the rest of the season. That's very yeah.
I guess it's karma.
Yeah, it probably is. What were you going to say, D-Rex?
Well, no, I was going to say that as much as Hartenstein got cooked against the 76ers and Mitchell Robinson had a great performance, I think at least part of those flowers was Precious Achua and OG. They had really good defense on.
Yeah, no. And listen, we're just talking about specific moments, because every time we, you know, as fans, every time we talk about a specific moment that a player didn't do well, we can also point to a bunch of other moments against other top centers where a player did do well. Sometimes guys don't match up well against certain guys, right? Maybe Hartenstein doesn't look that great against Embiid, or
I don't think he's not physical to match up against.
Yeah, but I did see Hartenstein play pretty well against Jokic one time. So I guess it depends. You know, it depends.
Nobody on the Knicks right now is going to say, "Oh, Hartenstein wasn't that good." There's nobody in the entire Knicks fan base that will say that.
Yeah, no, Hartenstein was good. He was really good, and the fact that he stepped up and basically, oh no, oh, you gotta be kidding me!
What?
I mean, this ain't gonna affect a lot of you guys, but as somebody who, like me, who loves R&B music, that's sad, bro. Oh, that's horrible.
What is it? What is it?
Angie Stone, an R&B singer who has done a lot for R&B music and the neo soul movement. She actually was actually in a couple with D'Angelo. A lot of people know who D'Angelo is. They were
really,
for years. She died in a car accident. Oh, that's horrible, bro.
Wow, that's terrible.
Man. Sorry to hear that. Damn it.
Yeah, she used to date D'Angelo. That's right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
Angie Stone was a good artist.
Yeah, she was a good art. I mean, not only just her impact, and I know this ain't Nick talk, guys, but you know, as we're getting older, man, we're losing a lot of people, and then to die like that horrifically, like that's horrible. It's sad. Not only was she very important with her own music, but she was also like the woman behind D'Angelo. Like D'Angelo, like throughout all that music, she was singing background for him. She was helping write songs. Like so, you know, she's important.
Wow.
Damn, that sucks, bro. Ah, shoot.
Yep. At all the video shoots, at all the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
At the concerts, I remember we were somewhere. He was performing. She came on stage. That's sad, man. It's really sad. You gotta take life real serious, man.
Yeah, no, listen, I mean, we're losing a lot of people. We just lost Gene Hackman and his wife and the freaking dog. Like, what the hell's going on? Like, there's a lot going on, man.
That one, we don't dive into a deep hole there, but that one is very suspicious.
I know that one's a little.
He said it was probably due to a gas leak in the house.
Yeah, they said a carbon monoxide, but they've tested both of them or whatever, and they didn't find carbon monoxide in their system.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But they did find a couple of bottles of oxycodone. So,
yeah, there was some. Yeah, so.
And of course, the day before that, Michelle Trachtenberg due to complications from a liver transplant.
Oh yeah, that's that.
Dude, like this is crazy, bro. This is
Gene Hackman was already.
Gene Hackman is a legend. He was a legend. Man.
He was already old though when he got into acting. So, I mean, he's like 90, so to hear him be, it could be an age related thing. Like I don't even know.
Yeah. I mean, listen, man. This is why. So you wonder, like, you know, why I haven't done other content, but this is why I love doing other content. Like, you know, sometimes we used to do a show on the front stoop where we talk about hip hop, but we also talk about some real life stuff. So this would be a moment where I start to think, man, maybe I should have a conversation about real life stuff and the people we've lost and just, you know, how we take life for granted and stuff. I don't know, man. Like, you know, but whatever. This is not Nick.
I'm pushing the plug real quick, but that's what Chopping It Up with Chosen is going to be.
We waiting, Jay. We waiting.
Yeah, well, I'm a single dad too, so I got a bunch of stuff going on. The studio's being built right in that room right there. I don't have to leave the house for it.
Well, we'll definitely wait and we will tune in, man. That's great. We can't wait. Wow, I didn't know that, Ala. I mean, maybe I did. No, I don't think I knew that. She was also in the first female rap group too. Wow, I didn't know that. Huh? That's crazy. What a sad loss, bro.
Like,
what'd you say, Mets?
I'm hopping off.
Okay, all right, Mets. Listen, have a good rest of your day, buddy.
I will.
All right. Yeah, man, that's just that sucks, man. I just listen once again, guys. I'm gonna tell you this. I always say it, or at least I try to say it. You know, enjoy yourselves, enjoy your life, be there for your family and friends, but you know, be careful out there too, because the bottom line is she also passed away horrifically in a car accident. Don't know what the particulars are of that, but just be careful out there. As someone, I can drive, but I don't have a vehicle right now, so I'm not driving on a daily basis. Car is a blessing, but it's also a very dangerous, machine. So be careful out there, not just for your own safety, what you're doing, but watch the others out there, because you never know, anything can happen. So that's all I want to say. Be careful out there, guys.
And be careful while you're walking. For goddamn sake, be careful. Be careful. But the cars are scary. And by the way, I didn't mean to bring on what you were saying. Maybe you should do what you wanted to do with that.
No. I mean, if I have time, that's the whole thing is like with everything that's been going on with me. Sometimes I don't have time. Like I used to do this stuff late. I don't have the time to do it late anymore because I got to wind down and try to get some rest. But who knows? Maybe one of these days I can figure out a way to pencil it in earlier. But yeah, man. But that's
so I have a question. Knicks, going back to the Knicks, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you, because I keep hearing some of you guys saying that the way the team is constructed isn't on championship caliber. To me, the starting lineup is what needs to be filled out. Maybe something on the bench. I mean, you might have it. It's just our stubborn coach. Gotta watch my language. Stubborn coach. A stubborn freaking coach won't play players. I mean, not look as much playing with Huck, and now Huck was starting to do good. Now he's injured. So, what do you think that the team actually needs for it to take it over the top to be? I think component is coach, because we see when they actually get play less minutes, they do better, and that's a coaching problem, and not adjusting. So, but what else is it that the Knicks, you think the Knicks need to be up there with the Cavs and the Celtics and those guys?
Honestly, bro, if the Knicks could bring in TJ Warren and bring in Moses Brown, I think they got enough. I agree.
I think
they got enough, because to be honest, this Knicks team, that starting lineup, no one in the league can really hang with the Knicks starting lineup, right? The problem is because that starting lineup is overexposed by their usage, and there's a couple of hiccups in it too, right? We know defensively there's a couple question marks, but it's also the fact that they don't have something they can rely on. If the Knicks if the team feels comfortable with the bench and how they know that, hey, man, we can do what we can do, but if we don't got it going, the bench will pick us up. Or if we're right there and there's something extra that we need, that bench is going to get us the rest of the way. And then when we come back in, they're going to make our job a lot easier. Then this Knicks team doesn't feel that confident yet, right? Well, we just saw against Memphis, that's great, but you can't depend on that yet. We don't know that that's going to happen every night. But if we had, Moses Brown just as a backup, like he's there if you need him, but the TJ Warren is automatic option for scoring. He's a bucket getter.
Right.
And then you got Mitch coming off the bench defensively. He's going to affect certain shots. That's a big pick me up for the whole team and for the psyche and the confidence of the starters, knowing, hey, we got it. We'll do what we do, and they got us. When we come back in the game, we won't be down 20 because they're going to keep the lead, or they're going to keep us close enough that when we come back, our job is not as hard. That matters. And the Knicks haven't had that all year. So I think that's why
all the minutes will run up. I do think that some of the minutes, were used because they were gelling a team that had just really been put together at the final moments going into the year. Had just got Cat, you know what I mean? And and really wanted to get this team going. That was just a portion of it. I didn't like the consecutive minutes, just like we always talked about, Ron, right? The consecutive minutes bothered me. But if you got a guy who's a walking bucket in TJ, that's why I said TJ was the first one before when we were talking about who do you think might come in. Our Achilles heel all year has been the bench. Yes, our defense has been kind of we did make it to 13th in the league at one point defensively. But I really believe if we were top 5 in offense, which we're there, and top 12 in defense, that's a recipe for a championship, or at least the conference. We should make the conference final no matter what. But I think that it's having somebody who could score like TJ, and what you said with the defense now, with Mitch or the bench and stuff like that, we'll have a real 6-man offensively, and then we'll have real defense playing. I think things are going to look better. Let's not judge them in 2 days.
Right. No, yeah, they need time. They need time, and they deserve that time. And I also want to say, the same thing that we're talking about we could use that could help this team going forward is not the same stuff that I want to see necessarily going for the long haul. Like, after the season is over, you might be able to make a better decision on how to move forward and bring in better pieces. But for right now, what you're limited with and what's out there, TJ Warren at the minimum, I think is the first. I think TJ Warren is the next domino that matters, because the Knicks is, as much as we may be struggling defensively and figuring out ways to get back to that, the Knicks got enough pieces defensively to make something happen now, especially with Mitch out there. Offensively, we still may not have the right answers there. It's not like you can turn, Deuce into Dante DiVincenzo. It's not like you can say all of a sudden Landry Shamet is going to be the next coming of this. They are what they are. You can get some good moments out of them, but you can only get so much. If we want more offense, we need more offense. We got to get it from someone else. So that's what I'm saying. I think TJ might make a lot of sense. And knock on wood, I hope that they can make it happen and he can stay healthy, because we need that extra amount of scoring. I think that matters. And if they can sign Moses to a 10-day and just keep
Moses, please, bro, we need him.
Yeah, no, I will take that as well. Because I don't even think, like I said, Moses would be a in case break if needed type thing.
Bro, I said this before. You need, even though it seems redundant with Huck, even if he's getting recovered or whatever, big men get injured a lot.
Right.
They get injured more than other people.
And they get in foul trouble.
You need redundant big man depth. You need it.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%.
Isn't Huck out for the rest of the season anyway? So we need a guy.
4 to 6 weeks, so maybe he'll be back by the playoffs. Who knows?
You know what? In a situation like that, when it's 4 to 6 weeks, we're in March. That takes you into mid-April. I don't know, man. They may not even want to, he's a young. I mean, he's not young, but they may not want to even press it. You know what I mean? They may want to say he's on the shelf for the season. It's just timing, because it's happening right at the end of the season.
I mean, my thing is, bro, Mitchell Robinson cannot play more than 25 minutes.
I'm with you on that.
I don't care what's going on in the game, bro.
I
don't care if we're about to win the chip, bro. He might never walk again. For real.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, but it won't happen, because let me tell you something. If we are in situations where we're in a playoff series and we're in a scenario where we're close to getting through a playoff series, or we are on that verge of the series shifting,
bro,
Mitch is impactful. Tibbs is going to leave him out there.
I know Tibbs don't give a fuck about this man.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I know he don't care. You don't got to convince me. But I'm just saying, first of all, we have already our main star center gets in foul trouble. That's already one thing. And he has also a bad knee now, Cat. We have Mitchell Robinson, who also gets in foul trouble and has 20 bad ankles. He's got every kind of joint in his lower body. So, bro, we need redundant big man depth. I think there's room even to have Huckforty and Moses Brown. Just because look at our starters, bro. Our 2 main starters are injury prone and get into foul trouble. So like you need a lot of people there.
That's true. That's true. I mean, but I think that I really do think that the Knicks and they feel it. If what Jalen Brunson says is true, the Knicks feel like they got enough to do what they can do to make noise with this team. They're just not playing to their best ability. And so someone said something that I wanted to comment on. Shout out to Clavins Duris in the buildings. Appreciate you. Said, take your pick for the Knicks final 15 roster, Moses Brown, TJ Warren, or Chumo. I'm going TJ Warren first, and then Moses. And if Moses ain't available, then I would say Chumo, because the Knicks might be able to bring in two. But yeah, I think TJ Warren from what I see with this Knicks team, they need to have another guy that they can depend on coming off that bench. The bench scoring, look at how impactful it was versus Memphis. That's another thing. I talked about, maybe the Knicks don't win if we don't have Mitch. If the Knicks don't get 33 points off the bench, the Knicks don't win. So that mattered. That mattered. Building Block said Cleveland and Boston starting five is better. I agree with half of that. Boston's starting five, as good as the Knicks starting five is, I think Boston has a better starting five. I would say that's a tough starting five, bro. Derek White, Jalen Brown, Tatum, freaking Porzingis, and Drew Holiday. That's a tough starting five. And they play defense. No, I got to give them the nod. However,
and they've been playing a long time together.
Right. But however, I don't think Cleveland's starting five is better than the Knicks starting five. Nope. And I think if the Knicks play to their ability, if you get a game, how many of these have we even said we've had? How many games? I was about to say, how many games have we had Jalen Brunson on, Cat on, OG on, Macau on? Like, we rarely get it. We get that.
I'm also going to say, like,
that might be Hassan Whiteside. Ask him if he's available.
Let me see who the caller is. Know the ledge. Your name and where you're from.
Hey, Ron, what's up? This is Randu, 1973.
What up, Randu? I was hoping you might be Hassan Whiteside, but it's not you. Okay, all right.
Yes. Oh man, but it's a good second best.
No, that's okay. What up, Randu? What's going on, man? What's on your mind, brother?
Oh man, the game last night, I was shocked that Tibbs went to a 10-man rotation.
It's true.
I thought Shandy was going to probably be the odd man out with Mitch coming back, and it was going to probably go 9.
You might as well say it was 9.
10-man rotation, though. I got to admit, though, we had we was playing from behind most of the game, but it was getting to a point like, damn, can the Knicks actually make a strong enough push to win this game? But they pulled it off, though.
No, I agree. Listen, it was nice. It was nice to see that it happened the way in which it happened. I do wish the minutes might have been dispersed a little differently, but it's okay. Because it's not something we're used to seeing Tibbs do a lot. I'm gonna give him a little bit of grace just with that. Let's see what he does the next game, and if he continues to play things in this way, I think it'll be better for him to do that, because guys need a chance to be out there and affect the team. I definitely think Precious needs to get more than 4 minutes, which is nuts. But especially with two guys in foul trouble, that's just crazy. But
you really cover a 10-man with Precious playing 4.
Yeah, I don't know what that. Listen, yeah. But at least it was the reason why we can call it a 10-man, because it was a real 10-man. It wasn't like garbage time. You know what I mean? It's not we were blowing them out or they were blowing us out and the guys played. Like, this was a game that was tough all the way to the end. So that's why I count it as a real 10-man in that way. Right. Go ahead.
And also another thing too, you just talking about was the bench. The Knicks is dead last in bench score. That got to get better.
Right. 100%. 100%. It's terrible.
You got to play the bench for there to be more bench points.
Yeah. Well, listen, that's why I think you know, if the other thing too is like we said this years ago, right? Sometimes you got to force Tibbs's hand, right? And to force his hand is to give him somebody that's been in the league, that is an undeniable player, that is good. I mean, he may not be good at a lot of other things, but you know what TJ Warren is good at, right? You can't say, oh, TJ Warren, you know, I don't got to play him because he's, you know, he don't know how to do that. TJ Warren knows how to get a bucket. So, and Tibbs has to know that. That's why you put him in that position. When you give Tibbs too much of his, you know, back in the day, remember that whole thing, like give Tibbs too many of his Tibbs guys, then, you know, then you put him in a situation where he don't have to be forced to play these young guys. Yeah. Give Tibbs what you want Tibbs to work with, and you'll see it happen. And that's why I think the 10-man rotation, the 10-man roster is something that he should be doing, especially after what we've already witnessed with every other good team we've played, how they expand and go into their depth and their bench. We got to do that too. And I think now with Mitch being here, he's forced to be in a situation where he's got enough guys that he can say, I could play 10. I can believe in these 10 guys.
Right.
I mean, Alan Hahn, when he was on the show, told me, you know, that Tibbs wanted to play 10 last year, but he just didn't feel comfortable with the 10 guys he had. So if this is real, I believe it now. I mean, we'll see if he keeps doing it, but I can see it. So I hope it continues. We'll see. And how did you feel about Randu? How did you feel about fourth quarter and what the Knicks did in the last 2 minutes, how they played? Were you comfortable with Jalen Brunson taking that shot, that 3-point shot?
Well, I mean, I know he's done it many times before.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah.
So,
yeah, I would have felt comfortable. Yeah.
So you weren't you didn't even question it, right? Because we were only down 2. He didn't have to take the 3.
Right.
So what's the old statement? You play for, what is it? You play for the tie on the road and play for the win at home. Is that it? I forgot. Or is it the other way around? I don't know. I forget. But
anyway, we like it because it went in. If it didn't go in.
Yeah. Yeah. That, I mean, we definitely like it because it went in. And so
right.
Are you one of those that feel like your best player should always take the last shot, or you should just find the right shot for whatever you need?
Basically, I feel I shouldn't always say it should always be Brunson, but Brunson should be smart enough to know who is in the best position to take the last shot.
Right. That makes sense.
Sometimes he might not be in the best position to take the last shot.
That's true.
Like last night, it was OG.
No, I agree. I think I'm confused, Darren.
Is somebody tearing down a box of Pringles or like a bed? Like, you hear that?
I don't know what that is.
I said a box of Pringles. Anyway, go ahead, my bad. I'm done.
No, Darren. What do you mean, Darren? Who's talking negative about OG? I think we were all happy about what we saw from OG. Maybe because you coming in late that you didn't see what we was talking about early. We were talking about earlier how big Brunson was when he made that shot. We were talking about how great OG was knocking down the 3. I don't know what you mean. I'm confused. But yeah, man. No, I mean, listen. I think OG stepped up and did what was needed. I
thought we gave OG quite the clout when we gave that stat line.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think Darren was here when we did that, though. So maybe he's just hearing whatever he's hearing right this minute. But I don't know what he's being said that's negative about OG at the moment either. I don't know. But hey,
offensively, if OG can give us play like he did last night, pretty much every game, I could go with that. But the only thing is, OG needs to work on getting more rebounds, especially when he's playing at the 4.
Right.
They got him playing before.
Right. That's true. And sometimes he'll have better nights than others, you know. Because there was a couple games ago, I think it was one game he had like 9 rebounds. I was like, okay, OG, I wasn't expecting that. So sometimes he'll do it, but it's not a given. You know, he's not great at rebounding the ball. That we know. What were you saying, Juan? You were saying something before?
No, I was just saying, the most I see is I think Knicks fans don't like Mikal Bridges. I've seen the most negative talk about him the most. Fans just don't like Bridges.
He's soft.
I mean, listen, I just think he's inconsistent. I just think he has an inconsistent game. You know.
Yeah.
But I've watched guys with inconsistent games become big contributors and become really big parts of my favorite team. So, you know, a la Mr. John Starks. John Starks was very inconsistent in his young career and then became one of those Mr., you know, big moment type guys. So, you know, things can turn around. And listen, I'm going to say something else that I don't think anybody else is talking about because this is kind of crazy to me. Guys, this is Mikal Bridges' first year with the Knicks. Like, what? Yeah, I know we won a championship. This is his first year with the club, man. Like, you know, can we give the guy a break? I'm just saying, it's his first year. He went from having a broken shot to being inconsistent. I'll take the inconsistent any day compared to that broken shot that I saw coming into the year. That broken shot was scary.
Oh man!
So
beginning of the year, I was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, I know that broken shot had me like we was talking like, "Oh no, they got us. We caught one with a broken shot. It's over." So yeah, I hear you. It's not great sometimes, but let's give him a chance, man. Let's let the young man, because he's still a young man, feel welcomed with the club. Let's let the Knicks figure out what's best for them going forward, because maybe it's not Tom Thibodeau. Maybe part of the reason why he's so inconsistent is because of the way he's used and because of the way our offense is carried out, because of how Tom Thibodeau does it. We don't know. I'm just saying, let's let it all play out. Everything could work out fine by the end of the year, or it could work out terribly, and the Knicks have to make a choice in the offseason. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Glad Deuce had a good game last night.
Yeah, no, that was really good to watch Deuce, play well. This is the second time we've seen Deuce play well when he gets a good amount of minutes. The last time was when he was a starter, right? And then now you give him 28 minutes and he played pretty good. So that tells me this. I think it's 3 times so far this year that I've seen when he gets 24 more minutes, something like that. He played well. So
that also tells me
what's that?
Maybe an answer to the last 2 questions would be let Deuce start and let Mikal come off the bench.
A lot of people have been saying that, by the way, and a lot of the people that are into analytics
and
say that's
I'm
really
gonna tell you what that does, and then that gives you a starting lineup of Brunson, Deuce, OG, Cat, Mitch. Unless you want to start off just slowly until Mitch gets acclimated, Precious, Cat. You know what I mean? Then OG goes back to his normal, right, small forward. It's better. Then Bridges gets maybe more confidence, because then he'll be the leader of a couple people coming off the bench with him. He'll be the go-to guy in more of the situations, which would give him a little bit of incentive to be better. But I do think that eventually, especially knowing, well, no one really knows Tibbs, but I think the eventual thing is, and we need Hard because of his rebound. That's true. and I forgot about the heart part of that. So either way, then if it's not, so I don't. If it's not Deuce, it's like you said, Deuce has more than 24 minutes. He does X, Y, and Z.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fine. But I still think that the eventual thing that they're going to try to do is put Mitch and Cat on the floor at the same time.
That's what I was going to tell you. I think if they're going to make a change to the starting lineup, I think Mitch will be the starting center. It'll be Cat at the 4, OG at the 3, and Brunson at the 1. They're going to make a decision about the 2. It's either going to be, Hart or McCall. I personally think that Tom Thibodeau is going to send Josh Hart to the bench. But I do think that if it was me, I'd send McCall to the bench and make him my 6th man coming off the bench and running that bench unit. And I think that bench unit will be so much better with McCall running with Deuce and Shamit or however they run it.
Defensively,
I think, I like that so much more better. And Precious, like I think that bench unit just sounds better to me.
But
plus
if you didn't know, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Ron. Okay, sorry about that.
No, I was going to say the other thing though. Here's the flip side. You know how we don't match up with certain teams. If the Knicks can have, McCall 6'7" at small at the shooting guard, OG 6'9" at the 3, then you got Cat 7-footer at the 4, and then another 7-footer at the 5. There's nobody bigger than us. So I don't want to say nobody because you could be bigger at the point guard. But I'm saying like we would match up really well against those tall teams with our starting unit if we did that.
Like that's
I think the only reason why they would go with Hart on the bench is because you lose out on a lot of rebounding.
No, but you don't need it if you put Mitch in there.
No. If Mitch is in your starting line unit. No.
Yeah.
The reason why I think they put Hart on the bench.
Right. No, I see what you're saying. Because on the starting lineup, it'll be
because
you'll have so much rebounding. And Mitch will be grabbing rebounds before Hart can even get to them.
Right. So that's why I think they would keep McHale and put Hart to the bench.
Yeah, and I think
I would prefer McHale to the bench.
That actually makes a lot of sense too. And McCall, I mean, because the thing is, if you got Cat and McCall, Cat and Mitch out there, guys like OG and McCall don't have to run back to try to scrape up rebounds. They can focus on what they're doing, whatever that may be.
I said this before, but like people don't understand that rebounding is actually a skill. Like,
it really is.
Some people are good at it.
Hold on one second, D-Rex. Hold on one second. Randu, I appreciate the call, brother. I don't want to leave you waiting on hold over there. So thank you for the call, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe he's gone. Maybe he already.
Say hello to Hassan for me.
I'm still here.
Yeah. I just want to say thanks for the call, brother. I appreciate you.
Oh, yeah. I just want to say one more thing, though. Now, the whole thing about there's one more roster spot to be filled on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know this person might not get much playing time, but I would just feel better as insurance because we don't know anything can happen. Mitch could get hurt again.
Mm-hmm.
Either TJ Warren or Moses Brown coming up in the G League.
Yeah, well, I think the next thing they're going to do is probably TJ Warren, but we don't know. We don't know for a fact yet, but I think that's what they're probably going to do. The Moses Brown thing is still up in the air for us because Moses is technically still with the Dallas Mavericks. He'll get released soon. And then we'll see what winds up happening, what the Knicks do if they go out there and decide to go get him. But right now, it is what it is. All right.
Right.
Appreciate you once again, Randu. Thanks for the call, man. We'll catch you on the next time.
You sure? All right. Later.
All right, brother. D-Rex, you remember what you were going to say?
Yeah, people keep saying like OG should be going more for rebounds and stuff, but I'm like, bro, he only has so many jumps left in that damn hamstring. Like, save it for shooting. Like this the same way how we say Cat's never going to be a good defender, OG is never going to be a great rebounder. I just don't think I'll see that coming from him.
That's not his. That's not his thing. Yeah, you're right about that.
So I don't know. He said people say like he could jump up for a few more rebounds, but I'm like, don't you want him on the 3-point line or in the corner? Like, isn't that where he's supposed to be? You know, like rather than jumping up for rebounds near the rim.
Oh, look
like,
at that. Thank you, Knicks Nation 112, where the players dwell. Appreciate that. Sorry, D-Rex. And just, okay, so Brown's 10-day ended last night. So technically the Knicks can do what they got to do, man. We'll see.
I wanted to talk about the whole Boston has a better starting lineup, but
What's going on, bro? Uh-oh, you went on mute. Maybe his connection dropped because we may lose him. Maybe he got a phone call on his phone or something. We'll see. Anyway, were you finished saying what you were saying, D-Rex?
Yeah. Just like people think it's easy, and like it's hard to grab rebounds in the NBA, bro.
No, it is. It is. It ain't easy. Oh, wait. Oh, where's my where is it? There we go. You know what it is. Shout out to Wiz BKLA for the generous super chat. I said get likes to 100. This was old, so I apologize. I know we already eclipsed the 100 mark. I appreciate you, Wiz. I will tell Deuce to score 30. You do that. We need that from Deuce, man. It was very nice to see him feeling very confident yesterday. And it's really weird because Deuce's shot, I tell you, the way Deuce shoots makes it seem like he is like doing something really impressive because his shot is awkward because it's like kind of behind his back and high arcing. So it'd be looking crazy when he be knocking him down, bro. It'd be looking like he's doing it right in your face. But he actually has a little bit of distance between it. It just looks a certain way from visually how we look at it.
I had a phone call coming in the middle, Mike, making a point.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. No, so what were you going to say?
No, I was just saying Boston might have a better starting lineup, but I do think, I don't know if it offsets it, but at least it helps a lot where Brunson is a playoff riser. We saw it last year. We saw it actually last few years. He's a playoff riser. So I do think that if we just have a little whatever we need, we do the little tweaks that we need to do. I do think the Knicks can match up with Boston, especially with Brunson being the caliber of player that he becomes in the playoffs. He definitely steps up the plate. It's not called Captain Clutch for no reason. So he just got to make those little tweaks to so the Knicks can match up with Boston and the OKC. No,
I mean, I agree with that. I think that's true. I mean, listen, just because on paper somebody's better than you on paper or you're better than them on paper, it all matters when it comes down to playing those 48 minutes of basketball. We've witnessed it already. We've seen a lot of these teams step up and play great basketball. Detroit is one of them. Detroit is definitely, I mean, Detroit is not like, we're still kind of surprised because we're just not used to seeing them. Detroit's a good team now. You know what I mean? They're not a great team, but Detroit's a good team now, just like Houston is a good team now. Like, so these two teams have changed. Like they're different. And we got to respect them the same way we would respect Orlando or Indiana. Like they're jumping into that next realm. And so, you know, these games, like anybody could beat anybody on any given night. Even another team that you got to watch. I don't know if they're quite there yet, but Portland, you know, Portland looking pretty good this year. And maybe next year they take that next step. So like, you know, these teams are starting to get better. And so, yeah, it doesn't matter. Like on paper, it don't matter. All it's about is you having a good game plan, having good personnel out there, and you go out there and execute. As you can see, unfortunately, the Knicks haven't been able to really capitalize on Boston's weaknesses because for whatever reason, I don't know if it's because we're the Knicks and Boston gets up and play the Knicks, but we haven't got a bad shooting Boston effort yet. And other teams have. Like Boston has gone
record-breaking shooting effort. Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, I think Detroit is to me is right now they're better than the other two teams you named from the East.
Oh yeah, they're better. They're better than
especially because the injuries that happened to Orlando.
In the playoffs.
You know, with Wagner Wagner, or however you Germanize it.
Wagner.
Yeah, both
Wagner,
of
I don't know.
them, Moritz and
Yeah.
and his brother Franz Wagner, and anyway, I'm gonna stop doing that, and then they and their brother Pancharo, and anyway, so you know, they got a good team. They were definitely a team to watch for, you know, and that's how the NBA is. I mean, look, man, it's recycled stuff. You know, for years, certain teams are out, and then they're back in. Let me tell you that Cunningham kid's beast, man. You know, but Detroit should not be taken lightly. At the same, when they were not that good, I wanted us to get Duran. How many times did I say that in the beginning of the year? Over and over and over and over. But Portland dug themselves too much of a hole, and that's why, you know, it's hard for like the rest of the world who's not tuned into b-ball, where we are, right? Portland right now, if they somehow make the playoffs, first of all, it'll be talked about as one of the, you know, now I know they have play-in now and all this other crap, right? But that would be, to me, an amazing feat that they just made the playoffs. And if they do, they're going to pose an incredible problem for the other teams. And just again, just 2 months ago, you know, people were checking in. A couple months ago, people were checking in on their 2 guards, their 3 guards, and their big men, and you know what I mean, and Grant and all the people on their team. So, I would like to go back really quick to the conversation regarding what we think the reality, the difference between the reality of what Tibbs is going to do and what we would like to see as a starting at the starting 5, because I think that's where we were when the phone call rang, and so
well, let's go with yours first. What are you thinking?
I know I'm going to catch all sorts of hell for this, right? But I think this does an amazing amount for our team. I'm going to go Brunson, Deuce, OG, Cat, Mitch. That puts Hart and Mikhail on the bench. And that bolsters our bench incredibly. Now we got rebounding and scoring, and they have been playing all year together. And our bench is no longer. And then if you add a TJ to that, and you have, so then that means that your second unit, I know you don't run a second unit. People always say, oh, your second unit, new 5 people don't come out regularly like that. It's usually 3 of them and 2 of your starters stay in. 3 of your starters. But let's just say because we're talking that way, that means that your second unit is Payne, Mikhail, Hart, you know,
probably Precious,
or or they could keep OG in for a little while and keep Precious at the 5 for a few minutes, and then take OG out, slide Precious down, put Cat in for some offense, take Cat out, put Mitch in for some defense, slide, and that's how it could be done. Right. And I think that's how they would get the most. I was thinking about this the entire time. I was trying to listen, but I really think if they want to get the best out of it, and we get the most out of Deuce if he's playing 24 minutes, is let him start at the shooting guard, bring OG down, bring Cat down, put Mitch in, and put Hart and Mikhail on the bench, and we would be unstoppable. That's what I believe.
I mean, that's not a bad idea. I mean, it's interesting. I don't know if he would do it to give Deuce that starting nod, because the only time Deuce ever got a starting nod is if there was injuries. Yep. So I don't know if he would do that type of thing. I mean, it'd be interesting, and I could see the benefits of it, but I still don't know if Tibbs would do it. I don't know. That's a tough one. I could see it though. I see where you're going with it, because the bottom line is we make a lot of everybody makes such a big deal about starting lineups and all this, when it really doesn't matter. If I don't start and I'm still playing 30 plus minutes, I'm not mad. What's the difference? And if I'm on the floor in the fourth quarter when it matters, it doesn't matter. So that's what it all comes down to. But the NBA has its look and money tied to things and sponsorships, and when they started the game, commercials. You'd be surprised at how that all tied into it. Who's out there? Who's the face? Who's getting the starting lineup nod? Like, who's getting the applause? Who the fans see? It does matter, but I don't think it should. I don't think it should.
It was just something that I was thinking about. I mean, I don't know if I was coaching, I would try it. Just get a booster from the bench to come in. Wow.
Yeah. Well, hey, sorry, Darren. I didn't know you've been here since. But then, if you was here since the beginning, then you would have heard us big OG up. I don't know where where you thought we was talking negative about, or where anybody was talking negative about OG. I'm confused. But I mean, maybe you heard it differently than it was said. But I think that was the point of saying that OG has the only issue with OG, in my opinion, is just that he gets hurt, right? And that takes away from his consistency, because the problem with OG is, as I said before, he was struggling with his release point. He couldn't get it he couldn't knock down the shots because he lost something. But then when he finally got his release point, he started to get it going. He had several good games in a row, and then he got hurt. And then once he got hurt, he's coming back now, and he's going to get his shot back. Now, I will say he hasn't been back too many games, like 3 or 4 games, and his shot seemed to be okay last night for the most part. So maybe, it won't take as long to get back to where he needs to be this time around. But that's pretty much it with OG. Mikal is the one who's inconsistent, like truly, because he's not hurt. He's out there every game, and he's just inconsistent. So that's different. But yeah, I don't know. But I hear you, bro. Shout out to Stacks Different Timing. Thank you for being a member, as always, my brother. He said Tibbs is political. He won't start Deuce because of the money. That's what I'm thinking. The money thing might have something to do with it. It could be one of them things, but we'll see. So yeah, I'm out here rocking on my lonesome now. Everybody gone. No, but we good. Guys, you are welcome. Like I said, I'll be on for a couple more minutes. You're welcome to call in if you want. You see the number. It's 347-305-7280. I'm looking forward to what we got going on with this Knicks team. I think that we are in a position to do some fun stuff if guys just continue to rock with them and buy into the fact that, we're just getting Mitch back. He's got to get acclimated. He's got to get his conditioning back, but he's going to make a difference, and you'll see something change on this Knicks team defensively. Because offensively, you already know we're still a good team. We just need to start going back to playing defense. I don't know how we got away from it, because we went from giving up shots on the 3-point line to not playing good defense at all. Like what happened? So we just got to get back to that. The confidence has to, come back to where it was. And we'll be all right, man. I feel good about it. I definitely do. Shout out to IKBM Dre in the building. What up? Good to see you, brother. Oh no, you good, brother. You good. And maybe that's your body also telling you something. That's fate saying, take a break, bro. Take it easy. Shout out to AP in the building. What up, brother? Hope you're doing well. Shout out to D-Raz, black coffee, no sugar with clove and ginger. What's in your cup? Salute to you, brother. Hope you're doing all right. Captain Slim is in the building. What's up? He said Bridges is not him. Agreed, but bench is not it. I don't know, man. Listen, you'd be surprised when you take somebody out of a certain situation and put him in a different situation where he goes from being the guy, the third or fourth option on the starting unit, to being the first option coming off the bench with the bench guys. You'd be surprised how that could help you, emotionally, and give you just a different outlook on stuff. You never know. I mean, I do think that it would be tough to pull it off, because I just think Macau is making a good amount of money. We've given up a lot of draft picks to get him, and to put him on the bench. Some people can't just get over how that looks, but I don't care. It's about winning basketball games to me and having the best possible team you can. It doesn't matter if you're coming off the bench or if you're starting. As long as you there when it matters and you do what helps to get us a victory, I'm cool. And but you never know with Tom Thibodeau. I'm just saying, you can never figure that out. Oh yeah, hey Darren, what? Yeah, man. I mean, listen, I'm just talking about today's show because you were saying stuff that didn't necessarily make sense to me, because I don't think anybody was talking negative about OG. Nobody's questioning your still Knicks fans fandom, bro. Where's that coming from? Like, I don't know what that. Don't. There's no need to get too sensitive about it. I don't know, unless somebody's saying something in the chat. That's not what I'm saying. I don't know why you don't got to defend yourself in that way. Everybody knows you here rocking with us. What do you? I mean, I don't know. I'm just talking about the fact that we said some stuff earlier about OG that was positive, and you said something that seemed like you took it as a negative, but I don't know how, because I don't think anybody said that on the panel, is what I'm saying. But nobody's questioning whether you tune into the shows and you're here rocking. Then you don't got to get into that. You good. Shout out to Long Island Sound in the building. So imagine being a top offensive player on the Knicks, but you have to sit in crunch time because you're a loser on defense, like last season on the Wolves game. 6, Rudy was on the floor. How come the other wasn't? Interesting. What up, D Coolest 718? Salute to you, my guy. Appreciate you. And that's what I'm talking about right there, Darlene. Whatever is good for the team. That's what this team should be. Like, and I'm kind of surprised because I thought that that's what this team was going to be. I thought everybody would be willing to just do whatever it takes to get us to the point where we can be a team that can win a championship. If that means coming off the bench for somebody who normally wouldn't come off the bench, I don't see what's the big deal. But it's not up to me. I mean, because I wouldn't care. If I'm making 20 plus million, 30 million per year, are you telling me I need you to come off the bench? I mean, how many minutes am I going to play? You're still going to play 28, 30, 34 minutes, but you're just not going to start. Why would I care? Like, I don't care. Let me eat. Yeah. Don't forget our bench beat their bench last night. Yeah, I know. I agree. I just, I think that's important. I think the bench matters. Listen, man, that's probably for the best, Wiz, because some of us don't want to, hear your singing and stuff like that either. So that's pretty cool. Like, I appreciate you, staying away. Oh, you gotta love it. Shout out to Dope Soul in the building. I appreciate you as always, Steph. She says, "Great show, Ron. I see you." Thanks. Appreciate you, Steph. Shout out to Fortune. Coming off the bench devalues you sometimes. Players, agents don't like it when it's time for renegotiation. That's a good point. Good point, Fortune. Thank you for chiming in. That's a good point. And maybe there's more to the game. And obviously the Players Association, they got their own rules and strict things that they live by. That they don't want you to do certain things that it may not seem like it on the surface, but it can devalue you. That's true. That's a good point. I can't be mad at that. I'm just thinking when you saying go all in to win a championship, I would just think that everybody just does whatever is necessary. But in the end, there's always going to be some people that look at you and say, if they look at a team and go down the box going, oh yeah, he's a bench player. I mean, come on. Yeah, that's true though. That is true. And unfortunately, I was just looking at it on my phone. Wow, man, this is terrible, guys. Shout out to everybody once again. We have over 200 tuned in throughout all platforms. Appreciate you guys. The Angie Stone thing is really sticking with me, man. This is terrible, man. I'm just gonna read this real quick, just so you guys know. I mean, like I said, this is a Nick channel. We're talking about Nick stuff, but this is real life, and some of us know these people that unfortunately pass away in our entertainment industry, and that sucks, man. But it says, sadly, singer Angie Stone has reportedly passed away earlier this morning due to a tragic car accident where her Sprinter van, guys, we're not talking about no Toyota Corolla, no little car, a Sprinter van was hit by an 18-wheeler truck and causing it to flip over 3 times. Oh my God. Freaking nightmare. That is horrible. That is so bad. Oh man. That's so sad. Horrible. That is just terrible. Jesus, that's the worst. Man, horrible. I don't even know what to say about that. That's terrible. That's like a worst nightmare when you're out there on the road, on the highway next to them 18-wheelers. You don't even want to stay close to them. That is horrible, bro. All right. Let me get away from that because that's sad. As we talked about earlier, the Knicks' next game is on Sunday versus the Miami Heat. I'm going to put the game preview up for you guys. Hold on. Let me share my screen with y'all. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so as you guys can see, I mean, New York Knicks match up really well against Miami. But I mean, once again, I mean, just outside of the points, 117.7 to 110. Look at the rebounds, 42.8 to the rebounds for Miami, 43.9. Now, maybe Mitch being back makes a difference there, but I'm just saying, 27.4 assists to 26.3, 7.9 to 7.9 steals, 3.9 blocks to 3.8. Finally, a team that the Knicks actually outblock. I mean, this might be the first one I've seen all season. 12.1 turnovers to 12.8. 49.3 field goal percentage to 45.7. Oh, damn it. I know who that is. Didn't I tell him to stay away? Jesus. Hello, caller. Your name and where you're from.
Stop sounding so excited. You know you're
Come
happy.
on, Wiz.
Oh, man. This is the man. Wiz. EKLA.
Oh, man. I told you to stay away. I thought you had the right idea. I felt good about it. I think we was. What up, Wiz?
Man.
Let me just read this last. Let me just read this last thing, and we'll get into whatever the hell you want to talk about. From three, the Knicks shot 37.3 for the season. Miami's at 36.2. Free throw line 80.5 for the free throw line for the Knicks, 79.5 for Miami. And then lastly, we got the points in the paint, 53.5 for the Knicks compared to 45.6 for Miami. 14.3 for the Knicks compared to 11.9 in second chance points. And then fast break points, 15.6 to 13.8 for Miami. The Knicks look like they're in a situation where they should be able to beat Miami. It shouldn't be. We shouldn't have an issue here. But you never know. Got to play the games out. But that's what it's looking like, man. So, Wiz, what's going on, brother? What's on your mind?
First, I'm recovering from my trauma. I've seen that dance medley. I can't unsee that. And my eyes are still and brain trying to function. What were those moves, Ron? What were those moves?
Hey, man, listen.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, you lucky enough to see those moves here, man. Not everybody can witness that. That's a beautiful thing, man. Just watching me get up and down out here and shake my little tail feather.
No. Oh, man. It hurts. Oh, anyway. First, also to my brother John, or your brother John, maybe he's my cousin, since you guys are like twins.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I look much better than you guys, so you guys couldn't possibly be related to me that close.
Right.
I'm so handsome. Wish him to get better, healing. Well, of course, you guys are a great team. The knowledge you guys have together is perfect. You can bounce off each other in different ways, different skill sets, kind of like Brunson and Cat. You know what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm. I see what you did there.
Exactly. Yeah, thank you very much. First, the Miami game. Knicks played down to their opponent so much because we should take them out. Without Killer Jimmy, we should take them out. However, the possibility, because Mitch is back, and it's a nice new flavor going on, people thinking about that more than the opponent, they may just think about, now, let's just play our game. And so I almost feel safe to predict that this game should be a nice, comfortable game to take out. Next week, man, I was so looking forward to my Clippers and Lakers game, but the Lakers tickets are like $600 if it is available, and the Clippers cheaper seats actually is down to $80 in the nosebleed, and so I I'm gonna go probably the Clippers game and then walk down to the front row like I did last year, and to hide my great grandson Duke. So the West Coast thing is a little scary. And most of what I talked about today was the starters or the playing with putting Duke in the star lineup. I'm not a big fan of that, actually. Obviously, the salary thing, and for anybody, I do like John St. McCall, but I couldn't put that kid on I couldn't put McCall on the bench, man. I think Josh off the bench is the biggest spark, but I'm not crazy about changing up anything like that. I think we're blending pretty well. And so I'm feeling better right now than I did last Saturday about us, making the, second round and possibly doing well there. ECF, I'm not as comfortable. Cleveland is looking so good, and Boston is still Boston. So as it is right now, I'm going to be happy with a solid performance in the second round with the squad. But Mitch, I got to give credit. I was downplaying what he could really add to the team. And I don't think it's as much of his skill set as more so than the mentality we have when he's there. And that's my thing. Mitch brings us a little X factor in mentality. And if he's causing Tibbs to have us go 9 deep and possibly even a little 10, although that was wrong when he did to Precious last night, I think that could be a factor that makes us even better, because I think we excel when everybody averages in the starting lineup between 28 and 35. So to go fresh, go all out every minute, and don't worry about playing 48 minutes, I think we got a solid shot at ECF. That's the take. And no singing today for you. No singing for you today.
Thank you so much, Wiz. You never really got me anything for my birthday last year, but this is a welcome present. No singing from you is a welcome present. Thank you so much.
That's cool, son. That's so good.
Oh man. Well,
great show though, man. Great show. All morning I'm like here trying to come up with the dancing medley, but mostly just enjoying it because I'm doing chores, and I'm like, thanks for the solid show, man, for bringing it on and letting me on here and letting these guys, vent, and then me hearing all the different angles and thoughts about my Knickerbockers.
Appreciate you, brother. Listen, I don't say it enough, Wiz. I always appreciate you. I know we always go back and forth. We have a good time, man, but I do appreciate you. I thank you for always supporting the show, calling in, being on the panel, everything you've done to support Still Knicks fans as we've gone forward in this channel history. So thank you so much, bro.
All right, boss. Peace.
All right, bro. Take it easy. Thank you for the call. Yeah, man, I think that we're going to be okay, guys. I think we're going to be okay. We just have to, like I said, we have to wait it out and let things cook. Let Tibbs cook with this team. He's our guy, we're not going anywhere else. Tibbs is the man, so let him do what he's got to do. Like I said, hopefully he just continues to be less stubborn, continues to play guys and give these guys a little bit of a break and get some rest so they can be as effective as we might hope they can be. Hopefully he doesn't overplay Mitch once Mitch gets up to speed. And then, just hopefully he makes the right calls, the right decisions down the stretch of games, because we need him to. If we want to win consistently, we want to go deep into the playoffs, we need Tibbs to make the right calls. Yeah, that's all we can hope for. I also want to say that very soon, guys, I don't know yet. Oh, let me get this call. Hold on. Caller, you are on live. SKF Know the Ledge. Your name and where you're calling from.
I'm Yuri. I'm calling from Bronx, New York.
Oh, nice to hear from you.
Bronx, New York. I recently just subbed to your channel.
Oh, cool.
So love watching the content. Got recommended. So this is my first time here.
Oh man, thanks. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, man. Thank you for the call. Thank you for the sub. What's on your mind?
I just want to talk about the Knicks overall and how the weekend was. We know we had a bad weekend. You're getting blown out back to back. Everyone's talking about the media, saying you're not contenders. And it was a tough weekend for all of us. And I want to give a shout out to all the Knicks YouTubers, you yourself including, to shed light on the subjects, because we know the ESPN analysts and nobody and everyone, the so-called analysts, are going to talk about the Knicks, but they don't know how the Knicks play.
Right.
They don't know what we go through as a team. One of the things I want to shed light on is I'm glad Jalen, Brunson, and Josh Hart talked about it on their podcast. I know a lot of people bash on the pod, but I don't see a problem with it, to tell you the truth. That's my opinion. And honestly, I'm very happy that they shed light on an 0-7 record, because not a lot of teammates do that. So
that's true.
What I want to know is that why does Paul George get a pass for doing his podcast when his team is 20-37 or 38, whatever the record is, and Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart get the criticism for it? That's what I want to know, because they show out, they do what they got to do. You know what I mean? I know this Knicks team is not where it is right now, but let's just be real. They're contenders. I think that signature win against Memphis proves it. We just got to figure out how to do that against the top 3 teams. But, you know, they're not going to call us contenders anyway. And I like the fact we're going into the playoffs as underdogs. I'd rather have them be humbled in a regular season than when the playoffs comes. That's when they're going to play at their best.
I agree with that. How do you spell your first name?
Yuri.
Got it. Okay, Yuri. Okay. So I agree, man, and I think that you know when I kind of said it earlier, I think we just making too much of a big deal about some of the extracurricular stuff, because the players that we're in question here are all professionals. It's not like we're talking about some rookies having a podcast, or we're talking about some journeyman players that we're looking at them
right.
and they're not playing well. And I don't even want to use this as an excuse, but I'm just throwing this out there for context. The people on the Knicks that you might say are inconsistent because of injury or just their play, Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby, they're not the roommate podcast. You know, we're talking about Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart, who have been giving their all season to this team. So I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to point the finger at other players. Like if it was these guys, then I could see you saying something. I think it doesn't matter either way, because if you're not a professional enough to know that I have to be one way here and this is my day job, I got to be another way here, then I don't think the organization would even allow them to have a podcast, because they could see it themselves. So yeah, I think that all of that doesn't matter. I think that, the fact that Paul George says he wants to take a break from his podcast, there's something else going on there. Paul George wants to take a break. He takes a break. Maybe he's just using it as an excuse. Yeah. Maybe he got a little tired from doing both right now. It's like, you know what? This is a good time for me to take a break and just play basketball. I'll pick it up in the off season. That's fine. He could just say that. Don't say, oh, I want to focus on the team and our playoff run and all that. Come on. Let's keep it real. But
you're last year's season.
Yeah,
you're not even in the play-in.
It doesn't make any sense.
That's what ticked me off about the whole situation. Meanwhile, Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart, they're what? They're third in the East right now. You're what? You're 20 out of your last 10. You're 21 out of your last 10. The only 2 bad losses you really had was against Cleveland and Boston.
Right.
That's it. That's all you really had. And I'm just grateful that we did not put Joel Embiid on his team. Apparently, there was a rumor going around recently that the Knicks front office was going to trade all their draft capital, get Joel Embiid on our team.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And I'm like, I shut that report. I shut that report down. I was like, there's no way that Knicks front office would make that decision. Not this front office, anyway.
Well, unfortunately, the bad news is looks like they would have.
Yeah, I know.
That would have been horrible.
I think that report was bogus, so that's my take. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was true. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. Although, because the reason why I say I wouldn't be surprised is because, but I just don't know how that would have made sense, because really, Joel Embiid and Julius Randle have a good relationship, and I think they wanted to play together. And that's part of the reason why I think the report is that the Knicks were willing to give up all their draft picks, as many as they could, to make it happen, because I think they possibly wanted to have Julius and Embiid together. That's all. I don't know enough about it. That's what I assume, because I do know that those 2 guys have a good relationship.
Have an off-court relationship.
Yeah. So I wouldn't have been surprised if that's why the Knicks were willing to give up all their picks, because they wanted to be able to keep Julius on the team. So I don't know, though. Hey, listen, I'm just glad it worked out.
Really went down.
I'm glad it didn't
I
work
like
out.
the team we got now.
Yeah, I will much. I mean, we would all be sick right now if Embiid was here instead of Cat, and then we were watching Embiid get shut down for the rest of the season. We would be sick right now.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think this team right now is great. You know, obviously there's gaps in the hole that's going to get fixed. You know, our bench stepped up last night. Deuce McBride is starting to come back into form after having injury, after injury slowing him down this season. And we all know how tough injuries is coming back from them. You know, I hope Ariel Caporti comes back from a major torn meniscus. Right. I don't wish that on any player, you know, coming back from an injury. You know, it looks like he's going to be done for the season as well. And he's probably not going to be back till preseason next season.
Yeah. No, I agree.
So that's a real bummer.
No, I agree.
Today is March 1st. And the Knicks have an opportunity to look at the buyout market. And I would like to believe they would pick up TJ Warren, you know, from the season, but I don't think he's going to get playing time, right? Not until next season. But I do think the Knicks will get Moses Brown because he can't really sign with the Dallas Mavericks. The Mavs will high cap that a first apron. They have to go over the second apron if they want to sign him.
Right.
They can't do that.
Right.
So
yeah, we were talking about that.
I think if you're the Knicks right now, if you're the Knicks front office, you have to sign Moses Brown just to have a third string center available. I don't trust Cat and I don't trust Mitchell Robinson, you know, to be healthy. You know, I know this is not a knock towards Mitch. This is just a precaution if he gets injured.
Right. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. I think you should put yourself in a position to have as many able bodies to help for whatever deficiencies your team, you know, maybe going through. Like whatever your team is lacking, you should be able to kind of try to solve that as best as you can before you don't have any more wiggle room. So yeah, and you saw what happened to the Knicks last year. Everybody got hurt. We didn't have anybody we could rely on to pick up the pieces. You know, so therefore guys had to step up that were playing tons and tons of minutes, full games, just to get you know stuff done. So I think the Knicks learned from that, and they decided to build the roster a certain way so that we would be better. But we're still missing a couple pieces that could help this team because of certain deficiencies. So, you know, maybe a TJ Warren, maybe a Moses Brown, you know, we'll see.
Yeah, no, we'll definitely see. But I definitely like the direction this team is heading. You know, I would look at year one as an evaluation year.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to get to the Eastern Conference Finals this year. I just don't see that happening. I think we're second round exits at best this year, but we'll see what happens. We don't know what's going to happen in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But as time goes on, I am excited to see Mikal Bridges and Karl Anthony Towns in the playoffs, though, as a Knick.
No, I agree.
So we've seen Jalen Brunson. We've seen Josh Hart. We've seen Mitchell Robinson. We've seen OG in the playoffs. I want to see how Cat and Mikal are going to perform in the playoffs.
Right.
I think, my personal opinion, this is just what I assume, I think Mikal is going to become the second option in the playoffs instead of the third option.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. We got to see how it plays out first, but I do think that could be the case. I just want us to be in a situation where the guys have confidence, you know, because once they have the confidence going into the playoffs and believing in each other and knowing that, you know, it's one team, they all got their backs, you know, 15 against the other team. I think when they come up, you know, whatever the mantra will be this year, because I don't know what it is yet. They always come up with a mantra every year. Whatever that means, I think that's going to be important for them going forward. And that's going to help us do some special things. So I still think that we have a chance to really do something nice. It all depends on what the matchups are and how we're playing down the stretch, because confidence is big. I don't care who you are. If your team has confidence, you can go out there and beat any other team. So we'll see. But I want to thank you for the call, Yuri. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. And thank you for your supporting the show, man.
Absolutely.
So guys, I see the chat's been going kind of crazy. all I want to say is, listen, everybody doesn't have to agree with everybody's opinion, but we all need to respect each other. Yes, it can be a little bit trying sometimes because people like to force the issue a little bit with their thoughts, but you have to respect everybody's opinion, because just like someone, you might have a difference of opinion and someone doesn't respect your opinion this time around, there may be other people who do. It's going to be vice versa. I'm just saying we all gotta, like I said, I say this all the time. We're all Knicks fans. We all want to see the best for our team. So let's just continue to respect each other, and to the point where, listen, I know some people are suggesting that if somebody is in the chat and you're just sick of hearing from them, you could block them personally. You could do that. But I just want it to be one of those that it makes sense for you to do it. I mean, you could do whatever you want. I'm just saying, like, we all need to also be able to have a level of dialogue, right? To be able to understand where everybody's coming from. And, sometimes people don't agree, but sometimes you can sway people. Sometimes, you might be able to change somebody's opinion. It doesn't always happen. I'm just saying, you don't want to cut off all your channels of dialogue unless it's absolutely necessary. But we're all people in the end, and we all have to have, some tough skin, man. It's a tough world out there. So you can't be sensitive. You just understand that people have difference of opinions. As long as we're respectful of each other, we can get through anything. So I just wanted to put that out there. That's it. But like I said, everybody has the prerogative and the ability to do whatever they want that works best for your own inner peace. Thanks again to Yuri. That was a good call. Appreciate you, man. Yeah. So I just wanted to put that out there. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to my guy, Uptown Sports in the building. What up, Heck? Yeah, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Please, guys, if you haven't checked out Uptown Sports TV, what are you waiting for, man? You get your fill of all types of Yankee conversation, Jets conversation, Giant conversation. Like they're covering all types of sports stuff, Knicks stuff. So please go show them some love. Uptown Sports TV, man. Check it out on YouTube. HRM the Great is in the building. What's going on, HRM? Good to see you. Kevin Middleton is here. Said Mitch looks like a Giant. Do we still have that Pistons pick? It looks like it's going to pop. I don't know. I'm not sure we do. I honestly don't know what picks we got anymore. Yeah, I'm like a little confused. Speaking of that, that's what I was going to say before the call came in. We just got to figure out how to get you as a member, Mega. But we are going to be doing another giveaway very soon. I don't know if it's going to be this week or next week. And I don't know if it's going to be on Know the Ledge or on SKF Weekly, but the giveaway is going to happen very soon. We're going to give away a couple of signed shirts from SKF. Going to be giving away another coffee mug like the newest one I just got. And we'll see what else we decide to give away. But it's going to be members only, guys, because the members deserve love too, man. Got to show the members some love, man. So if you are a member, all your names are going to be put into the raffle for that giveaway. I think we got 42 members right now. So all 42 of y'all will be in that raffle. And we're going to go from there. But I just wanted to give y'all a heads up. That's what's going on. And we're going to go from there. But I still know what day it's going to be, whether it's going to be on a Monday or on Saturday. And but we'll see. I don't think it's going to be this week. It'll probably be next week. I mean, it could be this Saturday coming up, or it could be next Monday. But we'll see. But yeah, that's going to be a members only giveaway. And we're going to be giving away signed shirts. I mean, you can wear it, or you could hold on to it and just put it up in your little memorabilia chest of Still Knicks content. And there'll be the logo shirts, pretty much let me see. Yeah, give me a second. Let me just delete this one. Delete. Yeah, so it'll be the logo shirts like that, and it'll be this logo with the camouflage green and the Still Knicks fan logo, but they'll be signed underneath the logo stuff. So yeah, we're gonna give these away, and also gonna give away a cup, like I said, a mug, and we'll see what else we do. I don't know if we'll do some hats or whatever. We'll see. But yeah, stay tuned for that. Members only. We will be putting you guys into the raffle, and trying to show you guys some love for being so supportive of everything we got going on. Oh, look at this, a new member. Oh, shout out to Kareem Grant. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for being a sponsor. And Krim's dad had asked if I could do a poll. I won't do the poll in this show, but I will do it after the show in the community. Okay. Because I can only do like yes or no's on the show. But in the community, I could put up the different teams that we might face, and you could pick which one you would rather face in the first round. So that's what I will do after the show. Appreciate the idea, Krim's dad. You got it. Okay. All right. Yeah, man. I think that's pretty much it, guys. I think I have had a good show. I think that's 4 hours, and I think that's enough. So I want to say thank you to everybody who's been here rocking. Thank you to our newest member, Kareem Grant, being a member. Thank you to members who re-upped, Stacks Different Timing. Thank you to Krim's dad for re-upping as well. Appreciate you guys, man. Thank you for all the support and the love that you guys show the channel and show me. I can't tell you how much it means. And like I said, I enjoy it, man. I give up my Saturdays so that I could be here rocking with y'all, because y'all make me feel like this is where I want to be on Saturdays. I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this every Saturday. When the summer hits, I might have to take a Saturday or two off. You know what I mean? But just saying. But I definitely appreciate you guys, man. And like I said, you make it fun for me to be here. And let me just see, where are we with regards to the likes? I just want to see what the number is. 126 likes, man. Shout out to y'all. Thank y'all so much for the love and support, man. Way to do the damn thing, y'all. Y'all are great. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, man. Yeah, you do make me feel like dancing. Let's go. Thank you, Wiz. Anyway, I just want to say once again, thank you to everybody. Hey, as I always say, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knicks fans, we'll be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11:30 a.m. for Know the Ledge, on Mondays at 9 p.m. for SKF Weekly. And to continue to support, because usually on SKF Weekly on Mondays I'm rocking with my brother John and my brother Jose, holding it down on the ones and twos. But you know what I mean? We just try to be here and give you guys some content. I thank you guys for always supporting and showing the love. As I always say, man, the ups, the downs, the goods, the bad, we still Knicks fans. We here. So once again, you guys have a great rest of your day. Remember, tomorrow we play the Miami Heat. Hopefully we can get another victory and keep things going, and continue to improve on our defense, get another game with Mitch, getting up to speed and getting more conditioned, and we'll go from there. We'll see what happens, man. Just continue to rock with them, man. They're our team for a reason. We believe in them. We just know every day is going to be a journey. So it is what it is. Anyway, thank you guys once again. Take care of yourselves. Have a great rest of your Saturday. Go out there and enjoy some of this, milder weather in the New York area if you haven't already done so. Catch you on the next one. I'm out of here. Laters. Peace out. On yourself.